Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Tricky Gym, home of the Tricky Gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a lovely Thursday and are ready for some action-packed games of Gym Leader Challenge format. That's what we've got on the agenda. That's right, GLC. Gym Leader Challenge is a custom Pokemon TCG format. I'd say probably the second most popular format in the Pokemon TCG, aside from Standard. The most popular alternate format in the Pokemon TCG, where there are a few rules that you have to follow when building your deck. First of all, it is a monotype format, so you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck, like a Gym Leader might. Then there's also a singleton format, kind of like Magic the Gathering's Commander format. And finally, there are no rule box cards allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format. Those three rules kind of dictate the style and pace of the games and the format and what you're going to see here tonight. It's a ton of fun. It's my favorite way to play cards. And you can use any card from black and white through the most recent expansion, so long as they abide by those rules laid out right there. We've got a great turnout tonight at the shop. Looks like we're going to have about 20 or so. So I suspect we'll be hosting a 5-rounder this evening, and I am very excited about that. I have been hard at work today on a new overlay. Check this out. It's my new Gym Leader Challenge overlay. I'm going to adapt this to also be the overlay for Standard and all the retro tournaments that I do as well. But the scans are just going to pop up like this, just like that. And then this way, with the way that I've kind of designed this now, I only have to pop up scans when I'm talking about a card in particular, but I feel like this way the table gets more real estate throughout the night, which is what I want, right? I want the table to be as much of the focus as possible so that people can see the cards as much as possible. So I like that there's not a permanent kind of like, real estate set up for the cards, and that the cards can kind of overlap with the table a little bit. I actually like the way that looks. It's actually what the Pokemon Company Japan does. If you've ever watched like a Japanese stream, they have the cards will kind of just like pop right up over the table. So I actually like that. As I think that it gives, the most amount of real estate to the cards themselves, and that to me should be the focus. So I spent a lot of time working on that today. I'm very excited with how it's looking. It looks like the back of a card, because that's what I did. I took a picture of the back of a Pokemon card, and then trimmed it out to look right. And then obviously I can still cut to the face cam while in this view. That's no problem. I imagine it'll look something like this. Yeah, that'll look slick. You're in the Full Grip Games Tricky Gym viewer. It's what it is. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really stoked about that. I think it turned out great. So I think that we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It should be easier. I decided to take off the prize cam, or not the prize cam, but the prize counter. I figured if I'm just diligent about making sure that players line up their prizes in a way that we can see them, then it should be pretty easy. So that it seemed almost redundant. Like if the prizes are on the table, then why do I need a counter to show what the prizes are, right? Thank you so much, Last Porg, for that Prime sub over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Looks like round 1 is getting underway now. And we've got Chase versus Chris. Very cool. See what these guys are playing today. And should have a good match. I know Chris has been working on his dragon deck. It looks like that is probably what we're going to be seeing today. Yep, judging by that raging bolt, that is certainly dragon. And I suspect Chase has got, that's right, psychic. So psychic versus dragon, round 1. Now, we just had our season reset here at Full Grip Games. Our season resets in mid-July. And at Full Grip, we've got a badge leaderboard. So basically, every time you win with a specific type of deck, you earn a badge. And you keep your badges on your trainer card, which are posted on a bulletin board at the shop. And throughout the year, your goal is to try and earn a badge with as many different decks as possible. So if you win with Dragon twice, you don't earn 2 Dragon badges. You can only earn a single badge per type. So last year, Alex Carpenter won the badge lead by earning 8 different badges throughout the year, winning with 8 different Gym Leader Challenge types. And the year before, Alex Carpenter also won. So now this is Alex Carpenter's 2nd year in a row winning. And to boot, he's also got the first badge of the season that he won just last week here at Gym Leader Challenge League. So Alex Carpenter already off to a great start for the 2026 season. We've got 19 players tonight. So we will have 5 rounds to play. Lots of exciting Gym Leader Challenge action. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. So we've got Chase Juicy on the left, Chris Scove on the right. And I believe that Chase was able to open the Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet is the strongest opener in a lot of circumstances in this Psychic deck. Wobbuffet has got the Bide Barricade ability, which makes it so that as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, each Pokemon in play in their hand and in their discard pile has no abilities except for Psychic Pokemon. So completely shuts down non-psychic type Pokemon's abilities so long as it's in the active spot. Great starter there for Chase. And Chase is also getting the buff of a couple of mulligans as well, so you know he likes to see that. He's got a large opening hand. We'll see who is getting to play first in round 1, and here we go. Round 1 is underway. Chase versus Chris. Chase is playing first, got Town Map, so he can flip his prizes over for the rest of the game. Great card to have in your opening hand, but it doesn't look like he's got too much else going on. A Skyla, which he can play next turn to go get a card, maybe like a Buddy Buddy Poffin to start establishing his board, but just has to pass with Wobbuffet active, no energy attached or anything like that. So Chris has got one of the best openers in his deck as well with the Raging Bolt. It's got the Thunderburst Storm attack, which does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to this Pokemon. So if Chris has a way to start ramping energy up onto this thing with Crispin, or maybe getting a double Dragon energy next turn, this Raging Bolt can start to be quite threatening. It looks like Chris is going to Ultra Ball, and we'll see who he's grabbing. I do see that he's playing the Haxorus in his deck, so that is unique. You don't always get to see Haxorus getting any airtime. And Chris is going to do a quick check of his prize cards as well, just to see what he's got available to him. He's also got Garchomp in his deck. Garchomp is one of the strongest evolution Pokemon available to the Dragon-type decks. It's got 160 hit points and the Sonic Slip ability. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may prevent all damage from and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon until the end of your opponent's next turn. So it makes itself invincible and can do 160 damage for 2 energy, but you do have to discard the top 2 cards of your deck. I'm sure we'll see the Pokemon that Chris grabbed here in just a second. But I did see in his deck, Chris is playing the Garchomp, which means he also has access to Gabite. And we see he's going for Gibble, most assuredly, so that he could evolve into Gabite and start using that Dragon Call ability to search out other Dragon Pokemon from his deck. But so long as that Wobbuffet is in the active spots, there's going to be no Dragon Calling happening because of that Bide Barricade ability. Sure enough, Chase does use Skyla to go get Buddy Buddy Poffin, and we'll use Buddy Buddy Poffin to go get Natu and Ralts. Ralts, almost always an early grab in Psychic so that you can evolve up into Kirlia. Kirlia's got the Refinement ability, which requires that you discard a card from your hand, allows you to draw 2 cards, so a great way to start churning through the deck and find key resources while you set up. But then Kirlia also evolves into Gallade. Gallade's got the Buddy Catch ability, which allows you to search your deck for a supporter once during your turn and put it into your hand. And I do see that Chase top-decked a Marnie for this next turn, so does have Marnie available, but Chris has got Iono, so Chris is deciding whether or not he should play this Iono right now. He does have Rainbow Energy to attach to his Raging Bolt, which means that he will be able to chase down that Kirlia if he wants to. He's also got Parallel City, which could be very disruptive, excuse me. And Chris is going to take a first prize card of the game with Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm. Take the knockout on Ralts. Chase has got Nice Stretcher to bring the Ralts right back. And notice Chris decided not to play that Iono the previous turn. And now it's going to get set to just 4 cards. But Chase needs to get the ball rolling here because he doesn't have a lot going on. And Chris is just going to be able to target down that Ralts again if he wants to. Chase does have Dusclops in hand and an Avery and a Research. I suspect that we'll just see Chase go Dusclops Research next turn. Ooh, but Chris gonna use Boss's Orders to bring up Duskull. And since he's broken that Bide Barricade ability lock, now he can use Gabite's Dragon Call ability to go search out a Pokemon from his deck. Looks like he's eyeing up Applin, and it's going to bench Applin with the effect of Dragon Call, fishing it out of his deck. I don't know that I see too much else going on in Chris's hand, so I don't even know if he's going to be able to get an energy drop. And no, I don't think so. Pretty lackluster hand outside of the Boss's Orders. It's got special charge, maybe a counter energy. But will use that Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm, target down Ralts again. So that's 2 prizes taken with Raging Bolts for Chris. And now Chase can evolve into Dusclops, is considering just knocking out Chris's Applin. And here we go. Yep, Clops will trade 1 for 1 with the Applin. So Chris going down to 3 prizes, and Chase does get to draw a prize card. If he goes for N, he can try to hand match Chris. But I think Chase is saying, all right, I'm going to research and then draw into 2 playable cards. Chase miscounted. Oh, no. And then the scoop. He miscounted his cards with Iron Boulder and then tilted and scooped. Really? Oh, my gosh. Chase did not need to do that. He could have just... He still, like, wasn't even out of this game after the miscount, but you could tell he just tilted completely. He thought that Chris had 4 cards in hand and had to match hand sizes for Iron Boulder's adjusted horn attack. In order to use Iron Boulder's adjusted horn attack, you have to have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent. Chase miscounted and only had 4 cards in his hand when he announced adjusted horn. And that's just a total shame, because he could have played a supporter card. He could have done, but once you enter the attack phase of your turn, you can't rewind out of the attack phase. So what's crazy is, at a certain point, like, Chase wasn't necessarily out of the game because Chris's hand was so dead. But unfortunate to see our stream game have to go that way. That is not what you want, folks. So, unfortunate dud there for game 1. But you know what? That's cool, because we got other stuff we could talk about. So, let's do it. Yo, you got it, Totobin. For sure. All right, let's go. Let's talk poke. Let's talk Pokemon. Let's talk cards. Okay. Pocket Team further explains how the tracing incident happens and clears the artist of all wrongdoing. Okay, how did this happen? So what happened was, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but yeah, like the Pokemon TCG, Pocket, like Lugia and Ho-Oh cards have like a new art coming soon. Because the artwork had to get like ripped down off of the game because of the fact that the Ho-Oh is like apparently, kind of jacked from this fan art right here, right? And you can see it's just kind of flipped. The Ho-Oh was just flipped and traced. So like, how did that happen, right? They explain that while Pokemon TCG artwork is usually created with the illustrator's creativity and individuality in mind, for some artwork, like the immersive Ho-Oh in this case, the production team asks to redraw their concept sketches. They reiterate the fault lies solely with the Pokemon Company and creators for providing their illustrator with incorrect materials as official. They ask fans to refrain from slandering the artist, right, who is only fulfilling the client's request. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Like, good on them, you know? Good on them. Well, and I think that what you're seeing now is that, like, creatures and the teams creating the Pokemon cards, right, and artists and everything else, it's like, dude, well, now they're working double time, because not only these artists are the same artists that are creating cards for, like, the paper trading card game, and they're also creating artwork for the Pokemon TCG Pocket. So it's easy to see how, like, creatures probably looked at this and was like, yeah, that's probably official. Like, honestly, they probably just were like, I don't know, it's probably official, right? Yeah, do something like this. I could see how it happened. Oh yeah, the new secret rares, dude. Holy Steelix, look at this guy. This thing is beast mode. Dang. So cool. I've never seen a Steelix card that cool. Yo, full art Gatorade. Now these cards, what do we think about these cards? How are we feeling about these? They seem like... They seem like they're like the fake cards from China almost. They're cool looking. They are. But they do kind of look like those, you know, like the fake Pokemon cards that you get from, like, Temu. Like, if you were to go to, like, Temu. Like, if you were to buy Pokemon cards off Temu. They got the gold cards on here? No, you got to go to, like, AliExpress. Yeah, you got to go, like, here. Labubu real. I don't think you're getting a real Labubu from AliExpress. I'm sorry to break it to you. I really don't. Yeah, they look like these guys right here. You see? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. It's like they're finally giving the kids what they want, you know? Like the kids eat this stuff up, dude. Kids on the playground, they be eating these cards up. And Pokemon was finally like, yo, we need to get a piece of that pie right there. Because honestly, why should the fake Chinese Pokemon cards be capitalizing on the gold card market, dude? It's kind of messed up. Yeah. Pokemon was like, yo, we need to get ourselves in on this for sure. So then they came out with these. I mean, right? That's what they remind me. That, like, first glance, that's what I'm thinking of. I've got a golden ticket. I still don't think that the gold cards are very, you know, enticing to me. I know a lot of people like this Latias. The Gardevoir. Like, I think that the secret art rare Gardevoir will be worth more than the gold one. That's what I'm saying. Am I wrong? Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this card will be worth more. Is this Surge's first full art? I know the secret rares usually, but these will be more rare. MUR. That is literally a new form of rarity. It is so rare, it's got a new kind of rarity. And it still won't be as much as literally its less rare counterpart, because this one will be mega ultra rare. Isn't that a new kind of rarity? Yeah. Secret art rare. I'm pretty sure this is a new kind of rarity, right? New rarity. Yes. Mega ultra rare. They're brand new illustrations. Like, thank goodness they actually made the new, like, they actually made the gold cards interesting because they have new illustrations. So I like that. I think that's cool. Full art Buddy Buddy Poffin. I did not know that was coming. That's cool. Dang, full art Buddy Buddy, dude. I was telling Jesse that Jesse got to put away his Miraidon deck until this guy comes out. When Mega Manectric comes out, knock yourself out, dude. The Mega Manectric is crazy. But until then, no Miraidon, man. I actually don't think this Lily is going to be worth $1 million. Am I crazy for thinking that? I don't know. I don't feel like they went all out for like the kawaii look or whatever. Dude. Surge? Why does he look like he was drawn with crayons? I respect it, though. I respect the different style. I don't know. The Lily will probably still be worth a lot of money, but I feel like the reason why the Japanese Lilies go for so much is because it's like a certain style or something. I don't know. Hard to say, really. hard to say. But I think we like looked up the other day. We looked up like Japanese. If you have a Japanese full art Lily from Ultra Prism in PSA 10, it's like $30,000, which is like obscene, really, right? Like, it's just crazy. Yo, Vulpix getting an art rare. This is a mighty cute Vulpix. I like that. Dude, the Garganackle. He's pretty dope. Cool. Cards look good. I dig it. Full art versions of trainer cards. Full art trainers look nice. I'm into it. We're getting Phantasmal Flames, Mega Gengar and Mega Charizard in the whole, and both in the same set, dude. Dude. That set's going to be crazy. This app seems pretty cool. But, like, you can't download it yet, right? It's only available in certain regions. Yeah. But it'll see a full release when the next season starts. So, like, next year it's going to get a full release. Okay, the app allows you to search for local events, bookmark locations, receive notifications when they're hosting events. That's, like, cool. This is cool. I mean, this feels like a step into the future, right? Like there should be an app that lets you do this kind of stuff. So, I like that. Should we open the client, bro? What's going on in the world of Pokemon TCG Live? Sure. God, the stream game ended like so early, bro. What's going on in the world of TCG Live? Anything good? Blake asking over on YouTube, where do you find good lists for Gym Leader Challenge? Well, you can go to gymleaderchallenge.com. A lot of great lists there. Also, Cardboard Warriors, another place for lists. There are lots of lists on Cardboard Warriors, so you have to do some digging around to ask people about which lists are probably worth building and playing. But it's a broken deck right here. Rolling a game with Raging Bolt. Jesse's testing for the World Championships. I was helping him test yesterday. I've got a couple of cool tabletop streams coming up. As oh, you guys want to see something cool? I got something way cooler than this. All right, check this out. I hit somebody up to ask for like some old archival photos from like back in the old days of like the Pokemon TCG. Dude, I've got like hundreds and hundreds of photos from like through the years, courtesy of like Pokegym forums, right? This is Gino Lombardi playing against Jason Klaczynski in top 4 of the World Championships in 2008. Like, how crazy is that? I did not know that this picture existed, bro. And here it is, right here. There's Gino. There's Jason Klaczynski. There's 3-time world champion Jason Klaczynski right there. There's Gino Lombardi right there. This is it right here. It's crazy, dude. This Pokemon history. This is history right here, dude. This history right here. You understand that? Bro, I've been scrolling. This is just the 2008 folder that I got sent. Because I'm working on the documentary, right? So I'm working on my documentary right now. Like, bro, this is just the folder. Like, look at the size of this. This is just the folder for 2008. 2006. Look at all that. Craziness. Like, these are all photos that were hosted on Pokegym. The Pokegym forums, which was like a forum that's still active today. It's where the compendium, like the rules compendium, is like hosted. But like it used to be a place where lots of, I guess, photos were hosted too. But like the photos aren't there anymore. I don't know. It's crazy though. Like this is just what it looked like. This is 2006 World Championships right here. There it is. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Getting to like see pictures of this stuff. This is like and I'm not even close to having gone through all of it yet. So like, this has been like a dream come true for me because I'm like super into the history of the game. So When do I get to play Rockets Hitmons in the championship? So the Gym Leader Challenge 2025 or 2025 Invitational is at the end of the month. So I'm not streaming that. I'll be producing it for YouTube because I'm not I'll be playing in it. So yeah, that happens at the end of the month. But yeah, this has been like, dude, I just hit this guy up and he was just like, yeah, bro, I'll upload it all for you. And he just did. It was incredible. I was like, dang. Jason Klaczynski right there, playing at the World Championships. I have not played against Gino. Gino is, there he is, right there. I feel like I need to like go through and actually like set aside relevant pictures for my documentary while I'm going through here. But I'll probably do that off stream, to be honest. Let's just reminisce about tournaments we never attended. There's Gino. Boom. There's quite a few people at this Worlds that I recognize. It's Jason Klaczynski. Like, I've seen lots of pictures of Chris Fulop. There he is right there. Speak of the devil. That's Chris Fulop, dude. I just commentated the Base Neo tournament with him. That's him. 2008 World Championships right there. Dang, look at how old everything looks. There's AJ. Oh my God. That's AJ. Look at young AJ, dude. Look at young AJ Schumacher. That's AJ freaking Schumacher right there, dude. He's one of like the biggest judges in the game now. This dude like has been head judge for world championships, national championships, everything. That's freaking AJ. That's like our local, one of our biggest local TOs right there. AJ freaking Schumacher, dude. There he is. That's Drew Holton, 2008 U.S. Nationals finalist right there. I've seen Frank Diaz. That's Jimmy Ballard right there on the left. Jimmy Ballard. This kid looks like a young, like Connor Fenton, but it looks like a young emo Connor Fenton, but I can't tell. Or like a Luke Morsa. But Luke Morsa didn't have black hair. It looks like a young emo Connor Fenton, but I don't think that's who it is. Gosh, these playmats are crazy. In fact, they were just like built in the tablecloth. I think the tablecloths had the mats printed on them, I think. Yeah, the old pop sleeves, dude. Yeah, look at those. Man. That is Frank Diaz right there. That's Polka Pop right there. Frank Diaz. Frank Diaz. Jason Klaczynski. I know. That's Jimmy O'Brien. I heard you guys are in for $80 for regional championships this year. There's Gino. Jimmy Ballard. $80, dude. Bruh. I remember when regionals were free. I'm pretty sure the regional I won was like free or cost $20. One of the two. Jimmy Ballard. I remember the year it went from $0 to $20. And it was like, yeah, you know, nothing good. Nothing in life is free. So like, did I win 10 grand when they were free? Absolutely not. I got a $300 Visa gift card and a case of Primal Clash. There's Pokepop. I think that cost $20 though. I think the one I won was a $20 entry fee. I think it was. But I remember when it switched from free to $20, we were like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I actually don't know how you guys were justifying doing these things for free. But when I won my regional, I did get 2 buys at the U.S. National Champion. I got a round 1 and round 2 buy at the U.S. National Championships. Do not ask how I did at the U.S. National Championships in 2015. Do not ask. Yeah, so I did get 2 buys. That was dope. Is that Monkey DS? Might be. A mat and a promo is not enough for $80. $80 is a lot, but it's crazy because people are complaining that their video games cost $70, bruh. I guess, you know, a Pokemon event does last like, you know, all weekend, so it is like an all weekend event, right? But then you still got to pay for side events and stuff. So like, you know, there's that too. So like if you were to go to a regional championship, say you go to a regional championship, you know, like how much money are you out going to a regional championships this year? You probably, let's just say you're not flying, because like flying to regionals is already like, that's a lot of money. But say you're like $50 on gas, say you're like a couple $100 on a hotel, you know, say you're $300 to get there with the hotel. Say you're splitting hotels with people, splitting gas, say you're $300 there, $80. Yeah, you're probably looking at like a $500 weekend. For the most part, like $300 to $500 weekend probably. But then if you're flying, you know, that's like probably $500 to $1,000. So you pretty much are saying like I need top 64 does not get prize money still. But top 32 gets like $2 grand. Does top 64 get money now? It's $1,000 for top 32? I thought it was $2,000 for top 32. I guess, no, I'm thinking of ICs are $2,000 for top 64 now. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. It's $1,000 for top 32 at regionals. That's crazy because I used to get a lot of $250 for getting top 32s. That's crazy, bro. Bro, how am I still... I should just start at the... back and work my way up. Dang, that artwork looks crazy. That's awesome. This stuff is cool, dude. These are like high-res scans of the 2008 Worlds book. There we go. Come on. You're killing me here. I have to like open it to actually. I think it's really cool that this stuff was just like preserved or whatever. That Chimchar looks sweet. How would someone sign up for Gym Leader Challenge at a major? You got to go to the side event table, side event booth. They have a side event schedule posted at every major event. You'll be able to see when like the planned Gym Leader Challenge events are. God. I didn't start playing the Pokemon TCG until 2012, so I missed out on all. That's Matt Moss right there. Matt Moss ripped my shirt off in a hotel in the Red Roof Inn 2016 U.S. Nationals. Yeah. That gentleman right there. I did not know him, but he seemed friendly. He likes to party. Honestly, it was an honor to have to have my shirt ripped off by a Pokemon legend. Ooh, they let you sign up for Gym Leader Challenge side events through Arcanine. That's cool. This is... I think these are shots of the open gaming room, which for a long time was a thing at Worlds and U.S. National Championships. So Pokemon used to just have like a room that was... It was just called the open gaming room. And it was a room that was like paid for by Pokemon where you could just go and play games in. And people would set up, people would have their binders open and they'd be selling cards, you know, trading, doing all that. The open gaming rooms were crazy. But yeah, they obviously shut that stuff down. That's Ross Cawthon right there. Boom, Ross Cawthon. The only person to have ever qualified for every single world championship ever held. Pokemon TCG legend, Ross Cawthon, circa 2008, right there. There's Jimmy O'Brien. Ross Cawthon, the inventor of the truth. You could play with signed cards back then? The truth is out there. Bro, you could play. Back in the day, you could play with signed cards, bro. Right there, you can see. You could see. You used to be able to play with signed cards. Pokemon used to let you do cool stuff like that. This is the World Championships. He's got a signed card right there. That was before he invented the truth. Ross Cawthon right there. Freaking Pokemon legend Ross Cawthon. That's crazy. You know who else I saw on this photo album? Kyle Sablehouse. A very young Kyle Sablehouse is here. That is Poke Beach, dude. That's Water Pokemon Master right there. This is the guy That's John. That is the guy who runs freaking Poke Beach. Right there. 2008. I told you, dude, these albums got gold in them. These guys are playing rock, paper, scissors over something at the World Championships. That's a Galactics wager. Is that not a Galactics? That's got to be a Galactics wager, right? Yeah, that's got to be what that is. 2008. Holy crap, dude. God, look at how bad those cards curved. This person painted all their cards red. You could just do that back then. Look, this person just colored all of their cards red. Surely, I think that's the reason they stopped allowing, because you could kind of like tell. I think, yeah. Isn't that crazy? I literally think that's one of the reasons why they stopped allowing you to draw on cards, was because of crap like that. All it takes is somebody to ruin it for everybody, you know? All right, our next round is up, but honestly, got it. Looking through these photo albums is like insane. Anyways, let's go. Round number 2 is time. Where'd I get the photos? They're from the PokeGym archives. Like the PokeGym website archives. Somebody on Facebook had them and was nice enough to forward them to me. There's like some retro communities on Facebook where like people with this kind of stuff hang out. It's like, yeah. You just kind of have to know where to ask. Round number 2 is up now. Full Grip Games, Gym Leader Challenge, League Nights. Ben Peacock versus Austin Charles. Yeah, Logan, they were sent to me privately. Yes, they're not hosted anywhere publicly. All right, got Austin Charles, 1-0. Ben Peacock, 1-0. Let's have a good, lengthy match for round 2. Not trying to... Not trying to see a little 3-turn game like we saw last time. Trying to watch this game develop. You know what I'm saying? All right. Looking good, folks. Looking good. Looks like we've got Austin Charles. I see a grass energy. Oh, it's the Lightning versus grass. All right. Ben Peacock on the right playing grass. Austin Charles on the left playing Lightning. Round number 2 is underway. We've got an energy going down onto Zarude. And a netball. Will allow Ben to go search out whatever Pokemon he wants. basic Pokemon or a grass energy. Looks like he's going for Turtwig, and that is no mystery, as Turtwig evolves into Grotle. Grotle's got the Sun-Drenched Shell ability, which searches out a grass Pokemon every turn, puts it to your hand. So a great support Pokemon, and then Grotle evolves into Torterra. And Torterra is one of the strongest attackers in Gym Leader Challenge formats. 190 hit points. Evo Press can do up to, what, 300 damage? Yeah. So you got 6 evolved Pokemon in play. You do 300 damage. And Ben revealing right away he has got the Shaman in his deck with Bench Barrier. And that is going to make Austin's life very difficult, because the concept of Austin's deck is to try and spread damage with attacks like Electivire's High Voltage Current, which does 50 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon. It's a very powerful spread attack, but going to be very difficult to execute with Shaman on the bench. Now, there are a couple of things that Austin can do to circumvent that bench barrier. First of all, we saw that Austin is playing Hex Maniac. So Hex Maniac is a supporter-based option, a supporter that turns off all abilities until the end of your opponent's next turn. So Austin could play Hex Maniac to get through the bench barrier. Also, Silent Lab is another valid option. It's a stadium card that turns off all basic Pokemon's abilities. So both Hex Maniac and Silent Lab are in Austin's deck, but still, life will be much more difficult for Austin with that Shaman there. It looks like Austin's going to get a little 30 damage poke into play with Mareep. And Ben has got an energy attachment. It looks like N or Research. Research discarding Torterra and Revitalizer. Revitalizer is a great option for this deck, but Ben just saying that he values drawing more cards, desperately wants to find a Grotle, but unfortunately is unable to find Grotle. He does find Level Ball, but Grotle has 100 hit points, so is not going to be able to search out Grotle. And I do like the look of Ben's list. This is a Rillaboom Venusaur grass deck. This is my favorite way to play grass for sure. It is tried and true. One of the original BDIFs in Gym Leader Challenge formats. This was one of the strongest decks at the onset of the format, and is still very strong. Just a lot of other types have certainly gained in power over the years. The concept of the deck is to use Rillaboom's Voltage Beat ability to search your deck for 2 grass energy, attach them to one of your Pokemon, and then you also set up Venusaur at the same time with the Jungle Totem ability, which makes all your grass energy count as 2 grass energy. So if you have Rillaboom and Venusaur in play at the same time, you're essentially accelerating 4 grass energy into play from your deck every turn, which is just nuts. Now, Zarude is also a great lead. It's got the Pack Call attack, search your deck for a grass Pokemon. So we just saw Ben end his turn with a Pack Call to go search for a grass Pokemon. And now we know that Ben does have Grotle in his hand. Austin, unable to disrupt Ben's hand after the Pack Call, is playing Arven. Off the Arven, grabbing Evo Soda, which allows him to search his deck for a Pokemon that evolves from one of his Pokemon in play. Probably going to see a Zebstrika, as Zebstrika is the backbone of the Lightning deck. It's got the Sprint ability, which says once during your turn, you may discard your hand and draw 4 cards. That combos perfectly with the Dynamotor ability that both Electric and Flaffy have. Dynamotor allows you to attach basic lightning energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. So Sprint can help put those lightning energy into the discard pile. and then Dynamotor can charge them into play to help you power up expensive attacks like Reggie-Alecki's Terra Spark attack, which does 120 damage to the active and then 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And you can see how the spread of Reggie-Alecki's Terra Spark attack combined with the spread of Electivire's High Voltage Current, I mean, that's kind of the whole deck right there. You want to use Reggie-Alecki, you want to use High Voltage Current, and 50 plus 40 just really adds up to knock out a lot of things on the bench very quickly. And if you could pull off 2 High Voltage Currents in a game, you're going to be having a good time. Now, it looks like Austin is kind of valuing poking this Zarude with the Mareep, which is kind of funny. I don't know that I've ever seen this Mareep attack before. But Ben is now in a very, very good spot. He's got Grottle in play and Thwackey, and Grottle can just continue to go fetch out Pokemon from the deck with its Sun-Drenched Shell ability. And now I suspect to see Ben start to set up Venusaur, or maybe go get a Roselia. Bulbasaur makes a lot of sense. You really want to get both Rillaboom and Venusaur online. The deck can operate with either Rillaboom or Venusaur in play. You certainly don't need both of them online, but when you do get Rillaboom and Venusaur in play, it feels like you're invincible. And it's really cool. There's actually a new energy doubler coming out, if you will. And this is a huge play from Ben. He's got the boss's orders. Zarude going to repeated whip for the knockout. 120 damage and knock out Austin's Zebstrika. Austin has nothing going on in this hand. Absolutely nothing. And he is looking dead in the water. He's got a Guzma to attempt to stall, but nothing else going on. Has to retreat into Mareep and pass, but this is not going to do anything as Ben now has Grottle, can use Sun-Drenched Shell, will be able to set up Rillaboom. Rillaboom can use Voltage Beat to go accelerate energy. If Ben can get Torterra online, Torterra is in the discard pile, so that is worth noting. And Grottle does have a retreat cost of 3. But yes, there is a new there's a new Meganium on the way, which has an energy, a grass energy doubling ability, which is the same as Venusaur's, but the Meganium is actually a stronger attacker than Venusaur. I'm pretty sure it does much more than 90 damage. And then Ben has got Guzma, Zarude coming out, and can use repeated whip to take out this Dynamo. Does Austin top deck out of this, or is this game Flaffy? And that is it. Ben Peacock advancing to 2-0 with his Rillaboom Venusaur grass deck. I love to see grass succeeding. I really believe in this deck a lot. And Ben now 2-0. It is a 5-rounder tonight. So lots of games ahead. But unfortunately for us here on stream, another quick one. So not a lot of content there. Not a lot of content, unfortunately. But that's okay. I've got content on deck. Let's go. The new Meganium does 140. Dang. Yeah, so the Meganium is just going to be a lot better than the Venusaur. And a 2 retreat cost. You could play both. Not that they stack, but I mean, you could play both, right? All right, time to go look at old pictures again. Let's go, dude. So I'm working on my documentary, getting pictures together for my documentary. That's releasing later. It's releasing in August, so like a couple weeks, honestly. But it's been a ton of fun to work on. So now I'm image farming. Let's see, relevant pics for dot. All right, cool. I'm actually gonna copy and paste. Now that I got another 30 minutes, okay? So let's go. Matt Moss, like I said, Matt Moss ripped off my shirt once at a party at US Nationals. 2016. Red Roof Inn. It was a Red Roof Inn Plus, I should mention. Okay, I saw these. There's Ross Cawthon. We saw those. John from Poca Beach. Finding like pictures and stuff of the old days. There's Pokepop of the Pokemon TCG. It's pretty tough, honestly. So this is like a gold mine. Had all these like beanbags set up, and you could like watch Pokemon anime, I think. Something like that. This is the 2008 World Championships I'm looking at right now. I think it's the 2008 World. Yes, it's 2008 World Championships. Yes. Photos from the 2008 World Championships. Crazy. Oh yeah, what are we gonna call the new deck? Rilanium or Mega Boom? You gotta, because we called it Rillasaur, right? Is what we were calling it before. Rillasaur. So what is it now? Well, you can't call it Rilanium. That sounds horrible. It's got to be Mega Boom, or let's see. It's Meganium and Rillaboom. Dude, why not Rillaboom, dude? Yeah, what about Rillaboom? I like Rillaboom. Isn't that just what its name is? That's just the name of it. Rillaboom is the name of the Pokemon. I like Mega Boom. All right, I'm like, all right, Rilla and Boom. Oh yeah, Rillaboom. That sounds like a good Pokemon name. God, I'm fried. Yeah. Rillaboom. Someone should name a Pokemon after that. Yeah, Mega Boom, dude. Mega Boom sounds good. Yo, they could put me on the Creatures Pokemon development team for sure. With ideas like this. Yeah, I got ideas for sure. Yeah, I got tons of ideas. Do you guys know you got anybody in chat ever heard of William Hung? The American Idol guy from like the early 2000s. He was like a top level Pokemon TCG player in the early days. He used to write like articles on the Pokemon TCG and all that. Like, yeah, he was like a big name. He was a big name in competitive Pokemon in like the early days of the Pokemon TCG. I'm pretty sure in some of these folders, there are pictures of William Hung at these events for sure. I think I saw him at 06. But yeah, William Hung was like a big name in competitive Pokemon cards like early on. She bangs. She bangs. Yeah. That. Dang, he brought Jesus? That's powerful. That's powerful aura. Dude, this guy was bringing powerful aura to the table in 2008. That's crazy. I've never seen somebody bring plastic Jesus to the table. That's crazy. Scissors, paper, rock. God, there are so... Well, the event was well documented. That's nice. It seems like a lot of this stuff just feels super lost to time. That is Vince Kreckler of Yeti Gaming. It's Jimmy O'Brien. That's Ross Cawthon. That's a fella in a Jirachi hat. That's beast, honestly. Chris Fulop probably knows like everybody in these albums. I know. I'm trying to think of like, how would I have been like, I had a camera in 2008. I did. I had a little Coolpix, like a little Nikon Coolpix, something like that. I think I did. I had a camcorder for sure. They could take like, I could record video onto like mini DV tapes, and I used to do that. But come to think of it, I probably did not have a digital camera in 2008. I probably just had my camcorder. And I say that because I remember when I used to be like out skateboarding with my friends and my friends would all take my camcorder, because like the camcorder was all we had. And my friends would like take my camcorder and try to film themselves so that they could take like a freeze frame and use it as their MySpace like profile picture. You know? Like that's what we were doing in 2005. You know, to get MySpace pics, getting MySpace pics was low-key kind of hard. Like in the early days of MySpace. You know, because like not everybody had a digital camera. Yo, look at that. That's art. That's freaking art right there, dude. There's Vince Kreckler. Yeti Gaming. My MySpace pic was from a friend's webcam. See, I mean, that's just like, that's just what it was like, right? Like, thank goodness someone out here had a digital camera. But apparently these like these old point and shoot digital cameras are like popular now, because Zoomers and like Gen Alpha want their photos to look old and scuffed. Like, isn't that's true, right? Any Gen Alpha or Zoomers out there can confirm. Yeah, here's Gino, Jason. It's the closing ceremony. You got Gino, Jason right there. There's Ishihara right there. Jason Klasinski, Gino Lombardi. Dang. That's history right there, dude. You understand that? It's freaking history. It's freaking history. There's history in those pixels right there. History. 2008 World Championships, dude. It's freaking history. Yo, show me Gino getting his check. There he is. Gino shaking Ishihara's hand. Crazy. Dang, dude. What was this? Why is there... What are they doing? Jason K. He is now 2-time world champion after winning this. This 2-time world champion. Crazy. There's all the second place. This is all the second place people. Or no, top 4. He's 3rd. Okay, I see. Yeah, not second place. That's right. He got 3rd that year. Dang, crazy. History, right? Yo! All right, these picks. Yup. Need those. Perfect. God, I'm so excited about the documentary, dude. The documentary's gonna be so crazy, dude. It's gonna be so crazy. I'm making one more trip over to the East Coast to film for the doc. I got a couple more things I gotta tighten up. A couple more interviews to get. I'm gonna show you guys the thumbnail. Would you guys click this thumbnail? Would you guys click? Would you click this? Be honest. 1 million views. Are we getting there? What do you think? Are we doing it? You think I got what it takes? Bring back. I know. Mike Pramawat has one of the glass Worlds trophies. It looks really nice. He's got both, though. Pram's got both. Pram's got a modern top 4 Worlds trophy, and he's got a finals Worlds trophy from like 2010. It was still a glass trophy. It's 2008. That's the year Gino got 2nd. I don't think that there's hardly anything from... Shoo! Look at that. This is like 5 years of, develop. it's dude, things changed like crazy from like 2008 to like 2013. You know? Things changed a lot. In 2013, people had like smartphones and stuff. Not me. I don't think I got my first smartphone until might have been 2013. Maybe it was. ...2006 World Championships. Lots of pictures of people like walking out of the venue. Whoever had the camera was really intent on just like recording every single person that was there. All right, let's see. This is 2006 World Championships. Apparently, Gino played Yamato in this. Dave Tusky. Apparently, Gino played Yamato in the grinder, or the last chance for points event at the 2006 World Championships, but I don't think that there's any photographic evidence of that. I have not been able to find it anyways. As I was scanning through here, I did not see those pictures, but that would be cool. So yeah, I imagine most pictures are now focused on the grinder, probably just like the, you know, the higher up rounds of the main event, I would have to guess. Gosh, in 2006, is that... What's William Hung look like? That's him, bro. That is him. I told you, bro. That is William Hung right there. That is a young William Hung. American Idol star. 2006 World Championships. Right there, dude. Yes. This is the guy. I told you guys. He was big into Pokemon cards. She bangs. She bangs. Yes, that guy. There he is playing Pokemon cards. Right there. Told you. I freaking told you guys, bro. I should make the next documentary about that. William Hung Pokemon card documentary. Simon Cowell was not nice to him. No, I don't suspect that. Dude, look at the huge Blastoise. The thing about getting, you know, photos of events and stuff in 2000 and like there's William Hung again in the early 2000s was that, I mean, also you're taking pictures inside, so every picture's got to be flashed. There he is, William Hung, dude. Right there. There he is, dude. William Hung, American Idol legend. The source of archaic internet memes. Like, dude, kids these days don't even know about ye olden memes, dude. that I don't even know about, like ancient memes. You used to have to work hard for an ancient meme, you know? Like go on American Idol and like do a terrible rendition of a Ricky Martin song. Used to have to work for these things. These shirts were dope, dude. God, the artwork for the 2006 World Championships was flames. Absolute flames. I literally logged into Facebook today and it was like, do you remember this post from 13 years ago? And it was like some ancient, decrepit meme that I made 13 years ago. And I was like, no, I'd rather not recall that post from 13 years ago. No. There's Vince Kreckler. God, dude. There's somebody on eBay has got one of these. Unless it's sold. It might have sold, dude. I think it's sold, dude. Honestly, the price on it was way too good. It had to go. It was like they had one of these for like $1,000 on eBay, but it's gone now. Yeah. Honestly, the price was like way too good. It was like $1,000 or $2,000, but still, for one of those gigantic banners with like the original 2006 Worlds art, I mean, like, that just seemed crazy to me. If you're really into collecting and the history of the game, you know, and you've got like a serious place to put it. It does not appear as if it's on eBay anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, this giant Blastoise though, that thing was dope. There's almost so many pictures from these events that it's like intimidating to go through. It's part of why I'm doing it on stream. Because I'm just like, it's so much, dude. It's so much. And because of the way that I work, you know, I've been working on this documentary for over a year, but I haven't been working on it necessarily. I've been working on it like somewhat incrementally, and that I've been like gathering interviews for the last year. But now I'm like, when it's coming time to like just produce it, now I'm just like obsessing over it all day, every day. It's like pretty much all I'm doing right now. Dang, like that banner, like, dude. God, that banner looks incredible. The giant Venusaur. My favorite memory from all my worlds. Certainly was winning my both worlds that I got a good finish. I like won my final round of day one to like get into day two. Like, so both times I won my winning into day two. I had three 3 world championship winning ins to day 2. I won 2 and I lost 1. The one that I lost, it was 2018. I lost my winning into day 2. I was playing Buzz Rock. I really loved my list, and like I just drew like absolute garbage. I mean, like I literally just dead drew in game 3 or whatever. Just like didn't even get to play the set. It was horrible. But so my favorite Worlds memories are certainly like probably just the times that I won my winning ins to get into day 2. Were like the most rewarding moments. And it would probably be like, honestly, the moment I realized that is Jason Klaczynski going blonde this year? Ross Cawthon again, 2005 World Championships. Only player to have ever made every single World Championships ever. Probably 2023. The 2023 World Championships is definitely my favorite Worlds memory ever. And it wasn't, I can't say that there's any one thing that combined to make it my favorite Worlds memory, but the fact that it was in Japan, that I used to live in Japan when I was a kid, and I lived there for 3 years because my dad was stationed there in the Navy. So then the fact that I got to return to Japan for the Pokemon World Championships, experience some things that I had experienced from my childhood, finish in the top 32 of the event after grinding through day 1, and then finishing the trip by climbing Mount Fuji. I mean, that was just like best Pokemon Worlds, not close, was 2023. It was incredible. Ross again. There's Ross Cawthon. I think, did he get the finals of this Worlds? I think so. No? 2005. Yes? He definitely top cut that Worlds. I think he got finals. Let's figure it out. Yes, he did. Jeremy Marin. He got second place with Bomb Tar. God, cool deck, dude. Apparently, Jeremy Marin is like disappeared from the community. Like, we always joke about, you know, who is disappeared the most. Apparently, Jeremy Marin, like, is that Pablo? Pablo! That is Tablemon right there. That is a young Tablemon right there, dude. Right there, dude. That is history right there, guys. That's freaking history right there, dude. Ross Cawthon right there. Damn, that's a good picture. That's like well framed and stuff. It's a good pic. Pablo. There he is. That is a young Pablo Meza. He finished top 4 of this Worlds. With Nidoqueen deck, I think. No? Yes? Yes? Yep. Top 4 with Nidoqueen. Jeremy Marin won. They worked together on the deck. And I'm pretty sure Jeremy Marin won, and then he ran it back in 06 and got top 4. Yeah. Crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. All right. Next round is up, folks. Let's go. Round 3 of 5 is upon us. And would you look at that? Alex Carpenter is back. He already won the first badge of the season with Lightning last week. And he is showing no signs of slowing down with a record of 2-0 here tonight. Tyler Price on the left, got colorless. And Alex Carpenter is playing metal. Cool. Well, I'm excited I made Iron Crown the thumbnail. We are going to feature a metal on stream, so there we go. I know Craig was also messaging me about his metal list earlier today, so that's why I decided to make the thumbnail Iron Crown. I was like, I know at least one person in the house going to be playing metal tonight. Tyler Price on the left. One of our regular standard players, been playing GLC League lately, which is awesome. Excited to have him here playing GLC. Colorless versus metal. Now, metal is an interesting deck. I feel like it's a deck that is underrated in Gym Leader Challenge formats. But it's got a lot of really cool things that it can do. First of all, you've got Matang. Matang's got the Metal Maker ability, which allows you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck and attach any number of basic metal energy you find there to your Pokemon in any way you like. You've also got Bronzong with the Metal Links ability, which allows you to attach a metal energy from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. And then you can give all your heavy metal dudes free retreats with Argalodon. It's got the Metal Bridge ability, which makes it so that metal Pokemon or Pokemon with a metal energy attached have free retreat. It looks like Alex is going first, has a level ball and Bronzor in the active spots. And Tyler has got Fan Rotom in the active, so probably the ideal starter for the colorless deck. We'll be able to use that Fan Call ability and search out 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. Great for getting the game started. Looks like Alex does have Bronzong in hand, so he can evolve this Bronzor next turn, but the Bronzor might not live to see next turn. And there he is, the Iron Crown. Iron Crown. A nice grab there for Alex. Iron Crown. It's just a low maintenance attacker. It's got the deleting slash attack, which does 120 damage for 2. And if your opponent has 3 or more bench Pokemon, just a solid attacker is really what it's there for. Solid low maintenance attacker. And then of course Alex also got the Stellar Wish Jirachi on the bench. If this Bronzor does get knocked out, and expect Alex to use Stellar Wish to try and establish a little bit more of a board. But now Tyler is off to the races, and Tyler is already showing that he's got a Stadium and an Energy in hand, so he will be able to take a turn 1 Assault Landing knockout with this Fan Rotom, but not before using Fan Call. Fan Call. I'm going to search out a couple of key Pokemon to help him set up. Then he can slap down on the bench. Looks like we got a Bibarel, Squovitz, and Minccino. And then off the Hisuian Heavy Ball, Tyler was able to grab a Hops Cramorant. Won't be able to use that yet. But with Parallel City in hand, Tyler can put Parallel City down, Parallel City makes it so that Alex can't have more than 3 benched Pokemon. And we'll also fulfill the requirement for Assault Landing. So the Fan Rotom can poke for 70. That is huge. Trainer's Mail allows Tyler to look at the top 4 cards. He can grab a trainer he finds there to put into his hand. And it's looking like he'll take Mela. I think he's got a Fire Energy in hand, so he can attach the Fire Energy to the Fan Rotom. If the Fan Rotom were to get knocked out, Mela would be an option to help accelerate that energy back into play and draw some cards. Here comes Parallel City. And pointing that blue side towards Alex means that he cannot have more than 3 Pokemon on his bench. He doesn't have the strongest opening hand. We can see Alex has got no supporter cards in hand right now. So certainly hoping that that Stellar Wish will help to bail him out. Looks like Tyler's going to play Cynthia and Caitlin as a supporter for turn. Hadn't actually played a supporter card yet. He's got a hand full of energy, unlike Alex. And put basic Fire Energy onto the Fan Rotom. And that will be a knockout. Assault Landing for the KO. Tyler taking the first prize of this game 1. Alex going to promote Jirachi and see what he can do. He's got Night Stretcher to bring the Bronzor back. He's got Nest Ball in his hand, which he can play as well. And he's going to play that Nest Ball. Try and thin the deck a little bit to increase his odds of finding something good off this Stellar Wish. Stellar Wish allows him to look at the top 5 cards of his deck, take a trainer he finds there and put it into his hand. Would love to find a powerful draw card just to see new cards. He's got a bunch of cards that are not really live in his hand right now. Off the Nest Ball, grabs Heatran. Heatran is a powerful basic attacker. It's got an attack that does 160 damage if the Heatran also has a Fire Energy attached to it. And Stellar Wish does deliver both Arven and Cynthia and Marnie are all options here. Arven could get a skateboard, or not, yeah, the skateboard, and maybe like a card that searches an energy. And then Alex does have TM Turbo Energize in hand, so if he's got like a Professor's Letter or like a Vessel in the deck, both of those would go get basic energy, which he really needs. And then he's got the TM Turbo Energize, so I'm wondering if he's got a card, and it looks like maybe he's lamenting not checking his prize cards for something. But yeah, a letter or a vessel would be huge, but it looks like he does not have those available, so we'll not be able to TM Turbo Energize this turn. And he's gonna go get gear. Arven for a skateboard and gear. I think that's fine. The skateboard does get the Jirachi out of harm's way, but missing an energy drop altogether is pretty miserable because Alex has just not been able to start pumping those energy into play yet, right? So he's certainly missing that. Will retreat into the Iron Crown and hoping that Iron Crown can at least slow down Tyler's advance on his board, right? Fan Rotom only does 70 damage. Iron Crown has 130 hit points. So really hoping that Fan Rotom doesn't have a way to push around this Iron Crown now. And Tyler weighing his decision here. He's got Field Blower. He's got Tag Call. Do you really want to use Field Blower on the Escape board against a Metal deck, though? Because the Metal decks are kind of notorious for playing damage reduction tools as they try to lean into those tank and heal strategies. I think Tyler kind of finding himself at a loss for what to do. He doesn't have a lot of great options in his hand. So if I were Tyler, I would play Silene and try to put Cynthia and Caitlyn back on top of the deck. That is what I'm doing. If I'm Tyler, I don't like using the Hex here. I don't think that there's really a reason for it. I would try to use the Cynthia and Caitlyn, or try to Silene, put the Sinlin back on top of the deck. Like, sometimes that's just what you're doing, right? Like, that's okay. Because right now, it's like, what are you saving Silene for if you're sitting here not really doing anything? You might as well use Silene. Alex has got gear. Finds Crispin. Guzma. Now, Alex can use Crispin and actually take a knockout on this Fan Rotom with the Iron Crown. So this is a really cool play. And Alex does grab the Crispin off of the... And Tyler reading, deleting Slash. Oh, no! So Alex will play Crispin, get the Fire Energy and the Metal Energy out of his deck. I do like the synergy between Crispin and the Heatran. The Heatran is just a very solid attacker in this Metal deck, and then having Crispin to help enable it. And then, you know, low maintenance attackers like Iron Crown who can also take advantage of Crispin is very good. So Tyler getting a little bit punished there for not stacking his deck with the Silene, and now it's in a very like just not as good of a position, right? So there are a couple of things that can be done, though. Minccino has got the Call for Family attack. You can use Call for Family and go get Oranguru out of your deck. And Oranguru has got the Instruct ability, which allows you to fill your hand to 3 cards. Combined with Skwovet, you can use Skwovet's Nest Dash to put your hand on the bottom of your deck and then fill your hand back up to 3. It can allow you to get some dig, right? So you would have to take a turn off by using Call for Family, but that's not bad, right? Like, that's like a fine thing to do. Go get some basic Pokemon. Then if Alex takes a knockout on Minccino, then you've got you've got Cramorant, who then can come in this next turn. So I definitely want to see Tyler use Call for Family. I also want to see Tyler bench the Hops Cramorant, because having the Hops Cramorant on the bench just means that if Alex does take another knockout, he'll go to 4 prizes. You really want to have those options available to just promote like a good attacker like Cramorant, right? So here is Silene, does get 1 heads, which is clutch. I think that this is the play that Tyler should have made last turn. But because imagine, all right, so if Tyler plays Silene last turn, then Tyler could have stacked Cynthia and Caitlyn, and then Tyler could have played Cynthia and Caitlyn this turn to go get Mela back out of it. Do you see? And now it's like, yeah, he stacked the Mela back into the deck, but now is rearranging the deck right away with Call for Family. So I don't really like this line of play from Tyler. I think that he's kind of like he's making his life a lot harder than it needs to be. Again, if Tyler had just used Silene 2 turns ago, could have stacked the Cynthia and Caitlyn with the 1 heads flip. Cynthia and Caitlyn could have gotten Mela. And then if Tyler benches the Hops Cramorant, Alex goes and takes this knockout. Tyler promotes Hops Cramorant, and then boom, takes a knockout on the Iron Crown. But really, it's just a matter of Tyler not doing those things. And now, Tyler is in a position where he's kind of going to get the runaround from Alex. And Alex had a much slower start than Tyler. So really, this has kind of been Tyler's like kind of dream opportunity to get the jump on Alex in this game. Starting with the best starter in the deck, Fan Rotom, taking an early knockout. But Tyler's just been unable to keep that momentum going. And now Alex is in a position where he's going to be able to mount a comeback and probably steer this game in the direction that he wants to. All thanks to this Iron Crown. Alex is weighing whether or not he wants to use escape ropes. Going to choose to use the escape rope so that he can push the Jirachi into the active spot. It's got the escape board attached to it, so he can use the Stellar Wish ability. And then Tyler's got to choose a new active Pokemon as well. And here goes Alex. Stellar Wish. Ultra Ball not doing a lot here. Marnie is solid enough, but are you going to give Tyler a new hand? Looks like the answer may be yes, as he grabs Marnie off of the Stellar Wish from Jirachi. And then Jirachi can retreat. And Alex will be able to take a knockout again with the Iron Crown. We'll see if he decides to play the Marnie or not. It looks like the answer is no. Just charging forth with the Iron Crown. No Marnie. Just going to hold it. And we see that the professor's letter was indeed prized. Alex did not check to see if that letter was prized in his opening search, and I can't necessarily blame him. That's like not the first card you check. And he went for the Arven earlier and wanted to use the TM Turbo Energize, but that professor's letter was prized, so he's not able to do that. And now Tyler can play Counter Catcher, going to bring up the hefty Heatran. Heatran's got a massive retreat cost of like 4. He's Field Blower. Get rid of the escape board. And Tyler does have an Arven. I'm wondering if Tyler is actually playing the Oranguru, which allows him to draw cards. I suspect that he's not playing Instructor Oranguru, or he might have seen that card already. We'll see what Tyler decides to get off of Arven. He can get an item card and a tool card. Let's see, Tyler really kind of trying to figure out what to get. He's got to pick something. I know that he's like kind of feeling stuck. I don't think that if Bibarel, I think, was in his deck, then he would just go get Ultra Ball for Bibarel, something like that. But like, I think that Bibarel is prized. So I think that that's kind of what's frying Tyler's brain, if I had to guess. Oh, no, Bibarel's right there. So, like, just go get I guess Ultra Ball is not available. This Beebrell's there. Reset Stamp feels strange, but it's not like the best time to use Reset Stamp. But Alex will have to shuffle draw 4. We got Luxurious Cape and Double Turbo Energy. Oh, a TM Turbo Energize for sure. Can bench the Hops Cramorants. And then go Double Turbo Energy to Snorlax. And you can see how, like, making incorrect decisions in a Gym Leader Challenge deck can have, like, waterfall consequences, right? Where we look at the one turn, Tyler should have played the Silene to try and get the Cynthia and Caitlyn back. Missed that. You know, then was unable to play a supporter the following turn and the following turn, and now Tyler does not have any board setup whatsoever and has not played a supporter card outside of that original Cynthia and Caitlyn. And then the turn that Tyler did use Silene to put Mela in the deck, and then immediately reordered the deck. So it is it's been kind of just a cascading line of unfortunate routes here from Tyler. And now Tyler just does not have an adequate attacker in play. I mean, he's working on it. He's got the Snorlax with 2 energy on it now, but Alex draws into the Bird Keeper off of that Reset Stamp to 4, which is allowing him to switch the hefty Heatran out of the active spots. And then switch Jirachi into the active. But Alex does not have a skateboard anymore, so he must have another switch card or switch out in hand that he plans on using. I do like Stellar Wish Jirachi quite a bit, but honestly, getting the skateboard removed from Jirachi feels so bad. Sometimes I think about using the Shining Jirachi. Is it Shining Jirachi or the I don't know. The one that allows you to look at the top 2 and keep one. And Alex just passing with Jirachi active. Makes sense since the Iron Crown cannot actually take the knockouts with its attack, as Tyler does not have more than 3 or more bench Pokemon right now, so deleting Slash would not do enough to knock out the Minccino. It's Amazing Jirachi. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yes, Amazing Jirachi. Not Shining Jirachi. There is a Shining Jirachi, I think. But no, Amazing. It's not Radiant Jirachi because Radiants are not legal in Gym Leader Challenge. Yes, it's Amazing Jirachi. How dare I forget. And here is Oranguru. All right, quick ball for Oranguru. I think that Tyler could have used Call for Family to go get this Oranguru earlier, because he had Squovid in play when he was dead drawing, so he could have gone and gotten this Oranguru much earlier to try and dig him out of this dead draw, but better late than never, I suppose. And here comes Oranguru. To the rescue. Hops Cramorants, Oranguru, Double Turbo Energy to Hops Cramorant. Alex has got 3 prizes remaining, I believe. I think it's 3, might be 4. Yo, Alex, can you make your prizes a little easier to read? Yeah, thank you. All right, it's 4. Yep, perfect. And with 4 prizes left, Fickle Spitting will do 100 damage. Take the knockout. Tyler's going to tie it up at 4 to 4 prizes. So just like that, Tyler is right back in this game. He's got a powered up Snorlax you know, just 1 energy away from attacking on the bench. Alex has got the Lana's fishing rod, which can actually go put a tool card back into the deck as well as a Pokemon. So that is a fun way to recover the a skateboard. And then Tag Call gets 2 tag team cards out of the deck. And it looks like Alex is going to play Guzma and Hala, finally getting a Metal Energy into the discard pile so that he can use Metal Links. This Bronzong has been set up like all game, but he has been unable to use Metal Links because he doesn't have any basic Metal Energy in the discard pile. So now Alex is on his way to really getting a fully established board. You know, it's a tie game, 4-4 prizes. We've actually got a pretty close match now. Tyler's got a Rangaroo in play. We'll be able to draw some cards. Got a backup attacker. You know, both players have backup attackers, so that's good. With Guzma and Hala, it looks like Alex now can be the one to go get Parallel and the Shield Energy. Shield Energy decreases the damage your Pokemon takes by 10. I suspect that we'll see the Shield Energy get attached to Heatran. And then Metal Links attach another energy to Heatran, and then the Heatran will be built up and ready to go. Zamazenta down 2. Shield Energy to Heatran. It looks like Metal Link's going to put an energy onto Zamazenta instead, so that both of those attackers are a little bit closer to attacking than they would be otherwise. And then deleting Slash for the KO. Alex is going to go to 3 prizes remaining. And here comes Snorlax into the active spot. It's got the massive thumping Snore attack, which can do 180 damage, way more damage than is necessary to knock out the Iron Crown with just 60 hit points remaining, but it will get the job done. It looks like Tyler is going to play Guzma and Hala, discard Fire Energy, really, and the Counter Energy in hand. Seem like pretty good resources now, but we'll see what he decides to get off the Guzma and Hala. Fire Energy is kind of what he wants in order to attack. Looks like he's maybe getting the Therapeutic Energy. That way his Snorlax doesn't go to sleep. That makes sense. You can also go get Artisan if you wanted to go get another basic Pokemon out of the deck. Counter the Parallel City, so. And then Hop's Choice Band. Gonna skip on the Artisan, but keep the Hop's Choice Band. That is interesting. Therapeutic Energy keeps the Snorlax awake. Thumping Snore does 180 damage and puts the Snorlax to sleep, but in order for the Snorlax to wake up, he's got to flip 2 heads instead of 1. So, a sleepy fellow. Yeah, I'm not sure why Tyler decided to play Guzma Hala as the supporter for turn. Gonna be honest, that is pretty confounding. I think there's really no point. So like, I really don't like I don't like Tyler's decision to play Guzma Hala as the supporter for turn. Tyler had a Fire Energy in hand and could have just attached that to Snorlax. I know Tyler kind of like was honing in on the fact that maybe he wanted the Therapeutic Energy for the Snorlax, but it just doesn't matter because the Heatran is already loaded up and can one-hit KO this Snorlax regardless. So it really doesn't matter that the Snorlax is going to be staying awake with therapeutic energy because Alex has got the return KO with Heatran. So I would have much preferred Tyler to use the Pokegear that's in his hand to try and dig for a different supporter card, right? But he didn't do that. He kept the Pokegear in hand, but I wouldn't even say like played it safe because it's not even a safe play. He already had the energy in hand, so he could have just played Pokegear. At least see what you get off the Pokegear, see what your other options are, because right now Tyler does not have any backup attackers. So really, this turn would have been a key turn for Tyler to play a different supporter and try to establish a different attacker, but Tyler didn't do that. So now Tyler's got the Snorlax, and the Snorlax is going to get knocked out, and I suspect that Tyler will have a tough time, building up a new attacker. You could tell that Alex Carpenter really understands the flow of Gym Leader Challenge, and the fact that, now that we're kind of trading with attackers back and forth, Alex has done a great job getting multiple attackers going. You always want to have an attacker in the active and a backup attacker on the bench. Alex has that. He's got the Heatran in the active spot, swinging for 160 damage. He's got the backup Zamazenta on the bench who can hit for 220 damage if the Heatran happens to go down, which I doubt that it will, but if it did, he's got Zamazenta here in weights with Retaliate for 220. And Tyler finally is able to use this Ultra Ball to go get Bibarel, but it feels too little too late. He has to evolve into the Bibarel in the active. U-turn board is attached to Bidoof, but U-turn board only decreases your retreat cost by 1. And Bibarel has got a retreat cost of 2, folks. So not going to be easy to get a new attacker into the active spot as Alex marches closer to a second badge in 2 weeks of the new season here at Gym Leader Challenge League. You can see here, Tyler just doesn't have plays. There's really no good play to make. At this point, Tyler has not spent enough time building up a powerful board with multiple attackers, and now is just kind of waffling with 2 support Pokemon in play and no attackers to speak of, no energy in play. This Oranguru with the Fighting Fury Belt attached has got 160 hit points, but Alex can just take a 1-hit KO on that with the Heatran, which is swinging in for 160 damage. So this Oranguru is not going to buy him any time either, and Tyler just has to pass. But Alex is just going to mow this thing right down as he's got the Heatran already powered up with Iron Hammer, doing 160 damage. And the Heatran with the metal goggles attached, taking 30 less damage from attacks as well. Means that Tyler would have to whip up 170 damage attack to deal with this Heatran right now, as we know the field. 180 because of the shield energy too. So this Heatran is taking 40 less damage from attacks. Alex has just 1 prize left. And what started off as a beautiful game for Tyler really just fell apart at the seams. And that's the way. If you make like a few bad decisions early on, they can really come back to bite you multiple turns later in Gym Leader Challenge. You have to kind of see the game unfolding in front of you and know which route to take. It can be kind of intimidating for players because since you're navigating a singleton deck, it can just be tough to decide what the correct plays are. in a singleton deck. I mean, it's a lot of information to take in. Practice in this format really does tend to pay off. When players know their decks well, they know their routes well, they know the options that they have available to them well, they know how games unfold. So getting repetition in, getting reps in, really practicing your decks makes a huge difference. And we can see that here, as it seems like Tyler has just kind of been grasping at straws to figure out what to do every turn. But the nice thing about Gym Leader Challenge is that once you kind of pick a deck that you're going to main, you could just put reps in with that deck over and over and over again until you really learn it back and forth. And that's one of the things that makes Gym Leader Challenge easy to pick up in some ways, right? It's a difficult format to pick up because your deck is singleton and there are just so many different routes you can take and so many different micro decisions you're making every turn, and there are a lot of different ways that you can misplay. But then on the other side of the coin, in Gym Leader Challenge format, your deck stays relevant for longer. Your deck isn't just constantly rotating out of standard like it does in standard format. Standard format rotates every year. Gym Leader Challenge is an eternal format, so you can play cards all the way back from black and whites through the most recent expansion, which means that you just have more stability in the format. Things change less quickly, which means that if you invest time and energy into learning your deck, then you're going to get rewarded for that because you could probably play that deck for years to come. And, the deck will evolve 1 or 2 cards at a time rather than having to scrap it all and build a new one every few months to adapt to a fast-changing metagame. The metagame evolves, but it evolves more slowly in Gym Leader Challenge format, which makes it, in some ways, less intimidating to get into from a card game perspective, because I know that, one of the most intimidating things about getting into standard format is that you may spend all this time building a deck, and then your deck becomes irrelevant in a couple of months, and you're like feeling kind of burned, like you don't want to spend more time on like a different deck, right? So it's just different. Anyways, we'll be right back with round number 4 after this quick break. Thank you so much for joining us here for Gym Leader Challenge night here at Full Grip Games. Hang tight. Got a quick word from our sponsor, Dragon Shield, and we'll be right back with round 4. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. All right, thanks for the patience. We are back, getting ready for round number 4 of 5 here at Gym Leader Challenge League Night. We've got 19 players in attendance, so a great turnout for League tonight. And we've got a couple of exciting streams coming up in the days and weeks ahead, so I want to do a quick shout to those. We've got our Standard League Cup happening on Saturday, so gonna be doing that on this Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So Standard League Cup, full group games this Saturday, and then yesterday we did I did some Worlds testing with Jesse, so that was a lot of fun. And this upcoming Wednesday, I've got Spence from Cardboard Warriors coming in, and Spence and I are going to play a best of 7 Gym Leader Challenge Conquest featuring the new cards from the Mega Evolution sets. Not that like we're going to be trying to get, just pure content games or anything. Like, I'm definitely going to try and win the Conquest, but like we are going to have the new cards from Mega Evolution. They're going to be legal for our Conquest next week, so I'm very much looking forward to that. That is this upcoming Wednesday, so that should be a lot of fun. And then the Wednesday after that, I've got Cole coming in for some RSPK. That is Ruby and Sapphire through Power Keepers, which is a retro Pokemon TCG format. We're going to be showing off the RSPK format. Cole is a huge fan of Ruby and Sapphire through Power Keepers. It's the entire EX block played as a format, and that is going to be the next featured formats in our retro series here at Full Grip Games, happening on October 25th. So I'm going to try and show off as much RSPK gameplay on the channel here between now and the RSPK retro event happening on October 25th. The goal right now is to do 4 retro events a year, so that's what we got on the schedule now, or 4, maybe 5, I don't know, something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna play some RSPK with Cole. Cole is someone who knows a lot about the format, so it'll be great to get some games in with him. I've got a lot of 2006 decks built myself, but I have not ever played Ruby and Sapphire through Power Keepers. So there's a little bit for me to learn. I suspect it's just a lot of the same stuff from 2006, except you've got Cessation Crystal and Windstorm. So got a lot of that going on. Anyways, that'll be in 2 weeks that I do RSPK testing with Cole, and I've got, if you're into Gym Leader Challenge, I've got Spence from Cardboard Warriors, who is top 8'd, I think, both of our, maybe top 8'd and top 4'd, both of our release weekend events so far, for Journey Together and then Destined Rivals with Dragon. So it'd be cool to get Spence in here for a conquest. All right, we've got Chase back and Craig. So I suspect that these guys are both 2-1, 3-1, 2-1. Right, because it's 5 rounds. It's round 4, 3-1. Round 4, they would have to be 3-1, right? I don't know. How many rounds have we watched so far today? What round is it? 2-1. It's round 4. They're 2-1. We got 2 rounds left. That's right. Come on, Tricky Jim. Keep it together. So yeah, the 3-0 table is Alex versus Seth. So, like, Seth is playing Dragon, Alex playing Metal, of course. So I figure we'll give these guys a chance to play. Get Craig back on stream. Feels good. We're going to have Psychic versus Metal, I think. Cool to get another Metal deck on stream. Yeah, hopefully Chase is careful about matching hand sizes. That would be important. Chase got a pair of mulligans there. Going to help Craig out with a 2-card bump to the opening hand. Now, Craig is has not been able to make it to League the last few weeks. He's got a lot going on at work right now, but excited to see him back in action. Not having a bad night either. 2-1 with his Metal deck. We saw Alex Carpenter also choosing to play Metal tonight, and Alex can play any deck that he wants right now, except for Lightning. I mean, he did win his Lightning badge last week. Nothing's stopping him from playing Lightning again, but you know Alex is trying to win the badge race for a 3rd year in a row, so he's chasing as many badges as he can. So with his pick of the litter, he chose Metal, which is interesting. I do think that Metal is an underrated type for sure in Gym Leader Challenge formats, and I'm excited to see another game with Craig's Metal deck. Ooh, I gotta get these names fixed. Here we go. And we are off. Round number 4 of 5. Looks like Craig is going to be playing first, and Craig has got Matang in his list, so a little bit different than the list that we saw Alex Carpenter playing. Alex, I think, was only playing Bronzong in his list, but Craig is not playing any special energy, unlike Alex. And Craig is leaning more into the Metal Maker ability, which can accelerate energy into play, as well as Bronzong, which can get energy into play. We see that Craig does have Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in hand, so not a dead hand. Might be a Marnie there. There's another supporter, I can't quite tell. He's got an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Metal Energy out of the hand, and can go get whatever Pokemon he wants out of the deck. I think he's got an energy in hand too, so might be able to retreat this Beldum if he decides he wants to go get Jirachi with the Stellar Wish ability. And Jirachi can start digging for more setup cards. Looks like Craig is going for Bronzor. Does he have Bronzong in the hand? This is the Evolutionary Advantage Bronzor. Yo, turn 1 Metal Saucer. And a pass. All right, so 2 energy onto Dialga to get the game started. I forget if you could do Evolutionary Advantage going first. I know you could do it going second. I'm not sure if it's only going second. Dialga's got the Metal Blast attack, which does 20 damage plus 20 more damage for each metal energy attached to this Pokemon, so it's threatening 120 damage next turn, and Chase has just got an N. So both players will shuffle up and draw 6 cards. Now, the Mewtwo is not the worst starter for Chase. If he's able to get some Psychic Energy in the discard pile, then he can use Psy Pump to attach 2 Psychic Energy from his discard pile to his Pokemon on the bench. But really, I mean, he needs to hope he finds another out to a basic Pokemon, and he does. He's got Ultra Ball. Unfortunately, cannot play a Hisuian Heavy Ball, but could use Ultra Ball to go get a Pokemon out of the deck. And it's situations like this that I really like having Cleffa in the deck, because if Chase just plays his hand down and goes and gets Cleffa, then he could use Cleffa's Eek or Grasping Draw. Excuse me. It should have been named Eek, all right, but Cleffa's Grasping Draw to fill the hand to 7. Thank you, Rusked, for that sub and the 30 months. I appreciate it, Rusked. Thank you. Let's see what Chase has as an option off this Ultra Ball. Not a lot of great options outside of Cleffa. Cleffa really would be an excellent option for Chase, but I don't think I see that here. So then the next best thing would just be to go get Iron Boulder and use Psy Pump to accelerate an energy to it. Right? I think you just get Iron Boulder and just say, like, I hope that your hand ends up being somewhere close to mine. Right? Because you kind of need some board stability. You have to have it. Psy Pump can get an extra energy into play. So I think that's what Chase should do. He's got the Mewtwo. Just go get the Boulder. You got nothing else going on. Go get the Boulder. At least that way you're kind of threatening something, right? Wobbuffet is like option B, I would think, considering there's no Cleffa in his deck from what I can tell. And it looks like he's just going to retreat into Wob and pass. Now, I think that this might be a way to kind of like lose the game slower, if that makes sense. Because all Craig needs to do is energy, retreat, knockout, and then this game is unwinding at like a very fast rate, right? Where if Chase went Psy Pump onto an Iron Boulder, then if he just like top decks a supporter, then Iron Boulder could maybe match hand sizes as an adjusted horn for 170. So Craig is setting up really quick, and it's looking like Chase might have another bad game on stream if he doesn't top deck out of this. Yeah, because there's the board right there. Craig doesn't have a draw supporter in hand, but it just doesn't matter. He's got Hex. He's got teammates. Oh, he's got gear, too, and I think he found research off the gear, so, I mean, he could just do whatever he wants. And he's going to grab the Professor's Research there. So he could discard his hand, draw 7 if he wants to. But he's got, I think, teammates in hand. And Hex. But it's just going to let those rip and continue digging into the deck. I like that decision at this point. There's no real reason to sit on those cards. Just let them go. Continue setting up your board. Continue doing the things that Chase wishes he was doing. We've got Dialga going to be coming in with Metal Blast for 120, which is enough to knock out Wobbuffets. It's one of the reasons also that I kind of wanted Chase to go get Iron Boulder, because if you leave Mewtwo in the active spot, it forces Craig to get a 4th energy onto the Dialga to take a knockout on the Mewtwo, since 3 energy only does 120. It'd be 4 energy for 140. Yeah, Chase did not draw anything off the top. And again, just in a really compromised position now with not much that he can do. Really looking ugly here for Chase as he considers playing his hand down to 0 with a Hex Maniac and a pass. It's looking super ugly for Chase. And it's ugly with Craig only having taken one prize card. And you can just see the discrepancy in board states. And that's why I really love cards like Cleffa. I mean, really, I feel like as Gym Leader Challenges, the format evolves, I feel like a lot of decks have kind of been straying away from consistency to try and fit more tech cards. And I understand the temptation because the high end is high. But ultimately, what ends up winning tournaments is just being able to play every game that you sit down to play, right? That's where, for me, cards like Cleffa just really help you to smooth out your draws early on, make sure that you give yourself every opportunity possible to get into any given game. And the more games that you allow yourself to just get into, the more games you're going to have the chance of winning. I understand the thought process behind like not playing cards like Cleffa. It's 30 hit point Pokemon, it's a liability, but it is just such a boost in consistency to be able to turn every single Pokemon search card into a fill your hand to 7. I really cannot recommend a card like Cleffa enough. And folks, it's just been that kind of night here at Full Grip. That is another 10-minute game on stream. So that's just what it is, Pretty much not a single good game tonight, unfortunately. They were BGs. They were not GGs. They were BGs. Anyways, let's look at old pictures again. ...2008 World Championships. Let's go. I'm back at it. Dang, dude. Look at that. The year is 2008. You're going to the World Championships to play the Pokemon trading card game. This is what the venue looks like. Dang. Freaking beast mode, dude. God. Look at these, dude. They look so good. Look at these pictures, man. Look at the art. Look at those banners. Have I played a doubles game with Dragtrode and RSPK? I have not. Dang, look at this. The Pokemon bug. God. The Dialga and Palkia inflatables, man. Look at those. Lucario. Someone had a nice camera. Whoever's taking those pictures, they had a nice camera in 2008. Dang. 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 Look at that. Sheesh. With the Nintendo DS. And that person had a DSLR for sure. ...2008 Worlds. Dang, dude. That looks so sick. God, dude. Look at that. That's a hype pick right there. That pick is beast. God, that pic is sick. Playing Guardy Glade. Yeah, that was like the deck at this Worlds. That's such a good picture right there, honestly. Countdown to the documentary premiere. God, I want to spoil it so bad, guys. I just want to spoil it so bad. It's a really good picture. I just want to like pull up everything that I've worked on so far and just let you guys watch it here. But it's gonna be even better when you guys get to watch it live. Dude, the Palkia and Dialga blowups, that picture goes crazy. Shout out to the dude with the DSLR taking these pics, because these are the nicest pictures out of all the stuff that I've seen. The Professor Lab coats are definitely awesome. Also, shouts to the kid with the Kyogre hat. That picture goes crazy. There, Jason Klasinski, Gino Lombardi, Jimmy O'Brien, Ishihara. Boom. Right there, dude. It's freaking history right there, guys. It's history right there. You get that? Dave Tusky, Pokepop. Dang, that looks awesome. Dang. Just a good picture. Honestly, you don't see a lot of like high quality pictures from these events. That's sick. Yo, what's up, Sean? Thanks for the sub. Yo, Sean, did you open the mega set? Have you opened the mega set? Mega Evolution Japanese set? You just got mega cases in today? All right. Beast. I need some bulk from the set by Wednesday, like Gym Leader Challenge cards. Do you think you'll have any? I don't need boxes. I'm broke. I can't buy any boxes. But yes, I'm very interested in your bulk for Gym Leader Challenge format. Yes. Dang, dude. Just the branding on everything looks so sick. That's a great picture there, just of like the venue. With the banner in the background. Yeah, that looks so good. God, with all the flags and stuff too. God, imagine the year is 2008 and you're playing the video game Showdown on a couple of Wiis. You're playing on the Wii? God, that's sick. Is that like that's like legitimately how you played? How do you play on the Wii? That's crazy. Battle Revolution? I guess, right? God, that's nuts. VGC got Worlds a year later. So in 2009 was the first VGC Worlds? That's nuts. That's three-time world champion Jason Klaczynski right there. Pokepop. A disassembled Pikachu. Yeah, shout out to the dude with the DSLR who took those nice pics. Because most of what we got is, it's serviceable. Photo records right here with the little point and shoots. But those DSLR pictures were like a cut above. Those were really nice. See, that's Dave Schwimmer, right? That dude right there. That's Dave Schwimmer, right? I'm pretty sure that's Dave Schwimmer. Is that not Dave Schwimmer? I don't know. This looks like Dean Nezam. I don't know if anybody knows. I know this dude Dean. That looks like a baby Dean. I don't know if Dean played back then. He might have. I don't know if anybody knows Dean Nezam. But that looks like baby Dean. That's Jimmy Ballard right there. 2006 Worlds finalist. Baby Dean, dude. Anybody know Dean? 2018 regional champion? I'm telling you, this looks like baby Dean. I don't know if it's true. That looks like baby Dean, though. He's still got that look, bro. Jimmy Ballard. Who is this? Who is this right there? Is that... That's not Yamato, is it? No. That is not. This guy is in a lot of pictures, though, so I'm trying to figure out who he is. I feel like this guy is in so many pictures, I feel like I should probably know who he is. That is Diego Casiraga right there. 2017 world champion. Diego Casiraga. 2017 world champion right there. Still wears that same beanie, bro. I got Diego Casiraga to feature in my GOAT conversation video. Ross Cawthon, Pokemon TCG legend, the only player to have ever qualified for every single World Championships. And I mean every. He's still going, bro. He's still going. Freaking machine. Still just out here qualifying for World Championship. There's Gino right there. Boom. Got him. Ross Cawthon qualified for every Worlds ever. This is 2008 that I'm looking at right now. But he got second in 2005 with Bomb Tar. That is Kyle Sablehouse. I'm pretty sure. That right there. Kyle Sablehouse. The caster, dude. That right there. Billabong shirt. Kyle Sablehouse. That is literally Kyle Sablehouse. Baby teenage Kyle Sablehouse right there. Jimmy O'Brien. Chris Fulop. I just casted the base Neo tournament with Chris Fulop. There he is. Christopher Fulop, 2004 Worlds finalists. Mike Diaz, multiple-time regional champion. Mike Diaz right there. Frank Diaz. Mike Diaz's brother. Frank. Excuse me. It's Frank. Frank. Multiple-time regional champion. Frank Diaz. And he looks more like Mike in this picture because he's young. That's Frank. Frank Diaz. Yeah, that's Frankie. Multiple-time regional champion Frank Diaz. Famously defeated our good friend Matt Price in a regional finals ages ago. I watched it happen right in front of me. Matt Price stayed asleep for like 5 turns on a laser flip to lose game 3 of the finals. We were all packing our bags thinking that Matt Price had won. Here. Chanel says, I want to find the playmats used in the world so badly. I don't think that they're playmats. I think that they are... I think that these are printed onto the tablecloths, guys. I don't think they're playmats. Or am I don't know. They look suspiciously printed into the... I think they are just printed into the tablecloth. Yes, 100% they are. Then we want the tablecloth. Give us the tablecloths. Is that Dylan Bryan? I don't know. Jason Klaczynski. Chris Fulop. Jimmy O'Brien, top forward that Worlds. There's Gino right there. With the skull bandana, dude. AJ Schumacher. I think that's AJ. That is literally AJ Schumacher, dude. Young AJ Schumacher right there. That is a young AJ, dude. Young babyface AJ Schumacher right there, dude. Young babyface AJ Schumacher in 2008. There he is, dude. Northeast Ohio legend. I have not seen vintage Mikey. I've only seen vintage AJ. Jimmy O'Brien. Dude, look at this. Look at this turd twig, dude. Look at this turd twig. They should make giant, like, you know, mascots of like more Pokemon. And look at Pikachu's deflated arms. God, that's beast mode for sure. Drew Holton there against Jason Klaczynski. Drew Holton, 2008 national, U.S. national finalist. Professors wearing lab coats. Yeah, I actually can't believe that they don't have to wear lab coats anymore. Like, what the heck? I'm telling you, we used to live in a society, guys. We literally did. There used to be culture. There used to be freaking culture, guys. We lived in a society with culture. There's Chris Fulop right there. Jimmy Ballard. The tap out gear. Yo, that's beast. Teams wearing t-shirts. Like, this is Team X-Files. The truth is out there. X-Files. Team X-Files was a team from the Northeast. I think from like the New York area. Team X-Files used to be a thing. That was like Ross Cawthon, and I'm pretty sure... Yeah, like, that was Ross Cawthon's team. Jason Klaczynski there. Diego Casiraga, 2008. 9 years before he won Worlds. What a beast. Still rocking the beanie hats. Yo, what's up, Gwen? Thank you so much for the sub, the 31 months. Appreciate it. Pablo? Pablo! There's Pablo Meza right there. Two thousand 2005 Worlds semifinalist, Pablo Meza. And Pokemon TCG caster. and content creator, Tablemon. Look at that prize wall. You into the prize wall? What packs are these on the prize wall? Oh, we have this theme deck in French. It's what is it? It's Mysterious Treasure, Majestic Dawn. That's it. Yeah. How would you like some Majestic Dawn booster packs from the prize wall? That's a freaking big Blissey, dude. Holy smokes. Yeah, that kid's going ham with that Blissey. Got the lab coats. The lab coats, you know, they make you look distinguished. I'm saying. It feels like they mean something. Sandra the Delphox on YouTube found a Majestic Dawn pack under a Target rack in 2019. Ain't no way. You did the real Breaking Nate and actually looked underneath the thing and found one? No way. No way. I thought for sure that was only clickbait. That is definitely Dylan Bryan. Absolutely no shot. That's Mike Diaz. It's got to be. You'll post in the Discord? All right, bet. I got suggested a Real Breaking Nate video just the other day on my feed where he was like on the ground of a Walmart looking underneath the things. Vince Kreckler, Yeti Gaming, right there. You used to be able to play with signed cards, guys. I'm telling you, they need to bring it back. You used to just be able to, like, literally, you could play with signed cards. That, to me, is so cool. I'm telling you, we used to live in a society with culture. Jimmy Ballard used to be able to play with signed cards at the highest level. And Japanese cards. That is Mike Fouché, right? Is that Mike Fouché? I'm pretty sure that's who that is. That's him. Yeah, that's Mike Fouché. Right? That's his name? I'm pretty sure that's his name. Fouché? Yeah. That's him. Jimmy Ballard. Jimmy Ballard. There's Gino. Jason Klasinski. Dang, look at these old sleeves, dude. Jimmy Ballard. He runs the top cut now, right? Day two event. Jimmy Ballard used to organize a bunch of Pokemon events, and then they cut him out to let Gaming Gen do all of them, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, Jimmy Ballard used to run Day 2 events with, I'm pretty sure him and Vince Kreckler did it together. But I think Jimmy Ballard owned Day 2 events. and the Top Cut. I think Top Cut is his store name. Ross Cawthon. Yeah, day 2 ran the best events by a lot. And Jimmy Ballard used to really pride himself on running like the smoothest. There's Frank Diaz. Jimmy Ballard used to really, there, you could tell in this picture better. That is Kyle Sablehouse, bro. Right there. Look at that. Yeah. Jimmy Ballard used to really pride himself on running like the smoothest Pokemon events. And they did. I mean, he did a great job. It's always bewildering to me that they just like, after all the years that Jimmy Ballard put into the game, they just like kicked him out and gave it to like Gaming Gen. That really bewilders me, but whatever, man. It's just a Gaming Gen party now. Yeah, it's Kyle Sablehouse playing against Jimmy O'Brien. Kyle Sablehouse, Jimmy O'Brien. Nice. Thanks, Sandra. That's sick. Let's see. Who people do I know here? Tom Dozel was here. 6'2". He was 6'2". Sammy Sakun was here. Kyle Sablehouse. Jimmy O'Brien. Gino. Frank. Issa? I learned how to play reading Essa's blog. I don't know what Essa looks like, but I used to read Essa's blog all the time. Essa used to have a blog. When I started playing the Pokemon TCG, Essa had a blog that I used to read. Pairings haven't changed in 17 years. They literally have not, bro. This pairing sheet could have been printed yesterday. This pairing sheet could have been printed last night, and we would not know the difference. Single elimination bracket. Now this is beast. This is what they need to do. This again. You know how you like cut to top 8 now? You used to cut to like top 16, top 32, and then you'd bracket off from there. They got to do that now. Yeah, let's just cut it all to top 32, bracket style from there. Let's go, baby. Enough with all these Swiss rounds in day 2, bro. Just cut it to top 32, bracket style from there. Let's go. Bring that back. I thought that was sick. First regional I ever top 32'd was like that. So like I made day 2, I made top 32 at the regional, and then like I won my top 32 match, boom, top 16. Won my top 16 match, boom, top 8, lost in top 8. But that was freaking beast. They got to bring that back. That was awesome. So like at nationals, for instance, they'd cut to like top 128, and you had to win top 128, had to win top 64, had to win top 32, top 16. You had to literally win out. So like if you hit a terrible matchup in like top 32, didn't matter. You were screwed. That was it. That was beast though. Bring that back. Tournaments would end on time and you wouldn't have to worry about all this extra round crap. I'm saying after day one, just cut to top 256 and have us just play single elimination bracket from there. Top 256, top 128. It just, dude, have I not solved competitive play? I literally have solved it, bro. Day 2, no more day 2 Swiss rounds. It's all just a single elim bracket in day 2. Doesn't that sound sick? Just go undefeated day 2 and you win the tournament. All right, folks. Our 5th round of 5 is here. Let's go. Craig, 3-0-1. So Craig could take it all home. I got to find out if Alex Carpenter is XO. Let's see. All right, looks like I'm getting from Natalie. Yes, this is the finals. Sean took down Alex Carpenter last round. Thank God, honestly. So Sean is 4-0 with Dragon, and Craig is 3-0-1 with Metal. This is a true finals. The winner takes all. The winner of this match will earn their first badge of the 2026 Gym Leader Challenge Championship Series. Let's freaking go. Who we got? Do you got Craig with Metal? Or do you have Sean with Dragon? Who's going to take it all home, folks? Who is going to take it all home? Sean has gone 4-0 today, was able to beat Metal just last round, taking down Alex Carpenter, the current badge leader with his Dragon deck. And he's going to have a couple of mulligans to sweeten his opening hand as well. I know Craig would love to get on the board early. Sean, this is my first time, I think, one of my first times commentating over Sean's game. So excited to see Sean play as well. I may have commentated over Sean once or twice before, but I don't quite remember. I don't recall. I don't think so. But regardless, stoked to see how he does with the Dragon deck today. Craig has been coming to Gym Leader Challenge League since it has become a thing. So, long-time player of the formats. His first time back at League Night in a little while, as he's been busy with work, but stoked to see him have such a solid run. However, if Craig loses this one, drops to 3-1-1, he could be out of top 4 contention, which would be sad. So, Craig wins, he wins. If he loses, probably out of top 4. Looks like Sean is going to be going first. Opens Tatsugiri. Probably the best starter in the deck. Tatsugiri has got the Attract Customers ability. Allows you to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and put a supporter card you find there into your hand. Sean, I'm going to start things off with a Professor's Letter. Go search the deck for 2 basic energy, put it into the hand. Perfect for the Drampa that he's got on the bench. With the Dragon Arcana attack, if this Pokemon has 2 or more different types of basic energy attached to it, the attack does 70 more damage. So 140 damage for 3, but you have to have 2 different types of basic energy. So it plays well in a basic energy build of Dragon. Looks like Sean's also got a Mysterious Treasure, can discard Lightning from hand, go get a Dragon Pokemon out of the deck to put into hand. We'll see who Sean decides to get. It's looking like Druddigon going to be the selection. It's always good to have a Druddigon as a backup because of that nice revenge attack. Revenge does 40 damage plus 120 more damage if one of your Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn. So 160 damage revenge attack, very strong. Sean, of course, got a nice 3-card boosted opening hand because of Craig's inability to find a basic Pokemon early off of the opening hands. A few mulligans there really plaguing him, but it does look like Craig has a nice start with a Bronzor and can immediately evolve into Bronzong because of its ability, which allows it to evolve on the first turn of the game if you're going second. So very cool to see that happen. And then Buddy Poffin as well. Well, Craig does have Q-Font in the active spot, so Q-Font not going to be the easiest Pokemon to move. I believe it's got, let's see, a retreat cost of 3? Oh, yeah, he's huge. So, yeah, Q-Font probably not going anywhere. Craig does play Caparaja in this deck, the one with the muscular schnoz attack. It does 220 damage for 3, but if Caparaja has 8 or more damage counters on it, the attack does nothing. So very powerful attack. Can clear anything, just about anything in the format. 190 hit points as well on a stage 1, very strong. Plays very well with this tank and heal style deck because you can tank a hit with Caparaja, then use Mallow and Lana to heal it, switch it to the bench. You can use Crystal Cave to heal the Caparaja. Dig Drain also heals, which is nice in a pinch. Combine Dig Drain with Crystal Cave, and you're healing 60 damage. So, I love seeing this Caparaja see play, because I think the card is very good. One of my favorite metal cards for sure. And then Craig's just going to pass it on over to Sean. We'll see what Sean does with his turn. He's got Air Balloon in the hand, so can use that to pivot this Tatsugiri out of the active spot. But first, attract customers. We'll look at the top 6, see if he finds any supporters that he likes there. We do find Crispin, and that is the grab for sure. Crispin gonna allow Sean to accelerate some energy into play. I think I would have liked to see an energy drop potentially on the Drampa last turn. I mean, then Crispin would get that Drampa up and swinging this turn. You can still Crispin, and you could go in with the Drudagon, but you see how that's just not as ideal, right? If you Crispin, you accelerate an energy to Drudagon. We've also got Colress's Tenacity, so Colress's Tenacity could go get double Dragon energy, and you can start swinging with Drudagon. Let's see. Sean's going to go get Stormy Mountains. Use Stormy Mountains. Colress's Tenacity also gets the double Dragon energy, and it looks like Stormy Mountains is going to get our friend Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt has got the Thunderburst Storm attack, which is going to be able to wreak some havoc on Craig's board. Thunderburst Storm does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to this Pokemon. So with a double Dragon energy attached, that means Sean is going to be able to do 60 damage to one of Craig's Pokemon this turn. And with the Air Balloon in hand, that Tatsugiri will have no problem retreating for free into the Raging Bolt. Double Dragon energy attached. And here we go. Thunderburst Storm with Crispin in hand for a powerful turn next turn as well. And that Varoom is toast as Sean takes the first prize of the finals. Craig's got an Evo Soda. Going to use Evo Soda probably to target the Beldum. Beldum could evolve into Metang, and if Metang comes into play, then Craig could hit some energy off of Metal Maker and be off to the races. Problem with this board state right now is that Q font is stuck in the active spot, and it's got a retreat cost of 3. So going to be tough to move. However, with the Beldum evolved up, now Craig doesn't have any more 60 hit point targets. Whoo! It hits 3 energy off of the Matang. And we'll put them all onto Zamazenta. Oh my god, what a hit. Parallel City. And then has to pass as Craig does not have a supporter. So tough place to be in for Craig. If Craig could just move this Zamazenta into the active spot, he would take a huge knockout with Zamazenta's Retaliate attack. Does 220 damage if one of your Pokemon was knocked out the previous turn. But now, Sean able to get another turn and can use Crispin to accelerate more energy into play. Suspect he wants maybe another energy onto Druddigon, a backup energy onto Drampa. Now the Dragon deck does somewhat cap out at about 160 damage, so it is possible for Craig to get some tools attached to his Pokemon that would put his Pokemon out of range of a lot of these attackers in Sean's deck. Looks like Sean is going to take the water and lightning energy. Lightning going to the active Raging Bolt. So now it can do 90 damage snipe, which would allow it to take out Bronzong. And this Q font is just proving to be hugely problematic for Craig. I'm interested to see who Sean targets down. Water energy for turn to Druddigon, energy from Crispin to the active, and Thunderburst Storm, knock out the Bronzong. That makes sense. Does Craig draw an out? He does. He's got Mallow and Lana, but does he know he can play it to switch and not heal? Does he know? Craig, you could play it to switch. You don't have to discard 2. Yes, you can. All right, good. Mallow and Lana simply to switch. Finds 1 energy off of the Metal Maker Matang. And that will get Zamazenta into the active spot, and Zamazenta will finally get to slow this Dragon deck down with a Retaliate for 220 damage. However, Sean has already got the answer lying in wait with Druddigon on the bench, who has got a revenge attack of his own, which does 160 damage. Now, Zamazenta does have the Metal Shield ability, which makes it so that if it has an energy attached, it takes 30 less damage, but that doesn't matter because 160 still clears Zamazenta's 130 hit points plus the Metal Shield ability. Sean will take a Volkner off of the Tatsugiri, track customers. And Special Charge can chuck the Double Dragon energy back into the deck. And it looks like a Quick Ball also being played. Discard Volkner. And Sean will go get Reggie Drago's. Got the Dragon's Horde ability, which allows Sean to fill his hand to 4 cards if Reggie Drago is in the active spots. And really, Sean's just got plenty of great cards in hand. Craig has been unable to disrupt this hand so far. Silent Lab will turn off basic Pokemon's abilities, which is horrible for Craig. Craig is planning on promoting Jirachi this next turn. And Sean can just use Raihan. Accelerate a Lightning Energy from the discard pile to Reggie Drago. And go get double Dragon Energy once again out of the deck. And we could just see Sean getting 3 mulligans to start the game and not having his hand disrupted at all. He is just able to craft the perfect route to power up these big basic dragon Pokemon. And now Reggie Drago and Druddigon both powered up. Wishful Baton on the Druddigon so he can pass those energies back. And does Craig draw it out? He's got a Marnie in hand. Off the top of the deck, so deciding if he should use Metal Maker first. Gonna go for Marnie first. Craig does not find a lot of useful stuff there. Off the Marnie, and is unfortunately unable to use Jirachi's Stellar Wish ability because of the Silent Lab in play. So thank you so much, Z-Man Cuddles, for that Prime sub in the 2 years. Appreciate it. Now, Craig can use Super Rod, put some energy back into play, and just kind of hope that Sean does not gust up this Q font, as Craig is kind of putting all of his eggs in to this basket. Craig is certainly not out of it yet. He's got an N in hand as well. So next turn, I don't know if I like Craig. He's putting energy. He's putting Pokemon back in over energy, but I would have liked to see him use the Metang first if he was gonna put Pokemon in first. If you're putting 3 energy in, then do the Rod first. But if you're putting Pokemon in, does hit 1 though. It's really all he needs. Those 3 go to the bottom of the deck. He's got an N in hand, so really Craig's route at this point is gonna be to try and mount a comeback with the Caparajah. I mean, really, all bets are on this Caparajah going the distance. And it's got to be a pass. So let's see, what does Sean have? He's got an Avery and a Marnie. Marnie is going to give Craig some new cards. If Sean finds an energy, he could just attack with a Druddigon and Dragon Claw for the knockouts. And does not find an energy. So now has to make the decision, do you actually whiff the knockout and just like punch for 40 with revenge? Or do you actually retreat this thing? It doesn't feel good, right? Does have Trainer's Mail, Lost Vacuum, Max Elixir, and Adventure Bag. Adventure Bag can go get two tools out of the deck. We'll see what he decides to go with. It's not a great situation. Silent Lab, keep in mind, is also turning off his basic Pokemon's abilities. So Tatsugiri cannot attract customers. Regidrago cannot use Dragon Sword. Reshiram cannot use the Turbo Blaze ability. So it's easy to see how from this point, it is certainly very possible for Craig to mount a comeback, as Sean's deck is kind of also shut down by the Silent Lab. Sean does have a backup attacker already, but Druddigon in the active is not doing much right now. And Sean going to take Arvin off the trainer's mail. But cannot play a supporter as he's already played Marnie for turn. So now Adventure Bag can go get a couple of tool cards out of the deck. Luxurious Cape, maybe Dragonium. TM Turbo Energize. You could like Lost Vacuum your own Wishful Baton and attach TM Turbo Energize and, you know, go try to attach a couple more energy to Drampa, I guess, if you wanted to. That just doesn't feel great. But might, you know, like that might not be the worst line. Vacuum the escape board, which doesn't really matter too much for Craig since he can't use that Jirachi anyway. Did have free retreat, which is nice, but max elixir. Get to look at the top 6 cards of the deck and attach any basic energy you find there to your bench Pokemon. And Sean's got grass or fire to pick. And the grass energy going on to the Druddigon makes a lot of sense. Or not the Druddigon, the Drampa. But now, where does Sean go from here? It doesn't feel correct to retreat the Druddigon. But if you wanted to keep the pressure going, I mean, you could just retreat. I think this play is better, though. And revenge for 40. Put the ball back in Craig's court. See what he does. Craig's got Verse Seeker in hand. Matang in play. Ultra Ball as well. So could go get the Caparaja. Now, Craig would like to heal the Caparaja with a Mallow and Lana after it gets hit. That's really like Craig's winning play. But he does have Zamazenta there, so he can get, potentially could get Caparaja going and Zamazenta going. I think you just have to like, I do not want to see Craig use this without putting Zamazenta down. You put the Zamazenta down before you Matang. Do not even think about it, Craig. You put that Zamazenta down first. You Ultra Ball away, the Paw Helmet and the Bronzor. Put the Zamazenta down. Ultra Ball for the Caparaja. Verse Seeker for Marnie. Do not do this, Craig. This is so silly. What if you hit 3 energy? You're going to feel like a doofus. Thank you. All right, you hit 1. Okay, so now you put it on the active so you can retreat. Yup. And then you Ultra Ball for the Caparaja and Marnie. For sure. Don't overthink it. You know, you got to retreat this Jirachi. You got to. Just put it on the Jirachi, man. Just go ahead and put it on the Jirachi. Yeah, it's a good spot for it. That's a great spot for it. All right, we're going back in, Craig. You got an Ultra Ball. I know you don't want to, but listen, tough decisions gotta be made. We got Ultra Ball. Gotta go get the guy with the nose, and there he is, Caparaja. Boom. Caparaja can take the knockout with the muscular nose. Now, in an ideal world, Craig would find Field Blower or something off of this. Marnie. Craig's going to get 5. Does not find Field Blower, so that, so Sean's wishful baton there, that wish is getting granted, folks. And Craig does find Duraludon off of the Hisuian Heavy Ball, so that can go down. And then Craig does have Archaludon in hand, so that is going to be key, because the Archaludon will make it so that next turn, Caparaja will have free retreat, so it'll be able to schmoove its way on out of the active spot after hopefully tanking a hit. That's what Craig wants anyway. Caparaja does have 190 hit points, and Sean does not have an easy way to do 190 damage. Level Ball, go get Bronzong out of the deck. I know Craig did just chuck the Bronzor again with the Ultra Ball, but it had to be done. And then with the retreats, here comes Caparaja, Muscular Nose. Craig going to 4 prizes remaining. The Wishful Baton going to pass those energy back to Sean's Drampa. And here comes Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri cannot use its ability. Keep in mind, Silent Lab making it so that none of Sean's abilities work. None of these basic abilities work right now. Sean does have Field Blower in hand, though, so could turn these abilities back on if he chooses to. He's got Guzma and Hala. Could also just go get a Stadium card. Guzma and Hala going to get played here, it looks like. Potentially discarding Avery and Scoop Up Nets. And can go search the deck for a Stadium, a Tool card, and a Special Energy. The Dragonium? Holy cow. Do I got to pull up Dragonium, or is it real Dragonium hours out here? Good God. Is this going to be the first Dragonium Z I ever see on stream? Discard all basic energy from this Pokemon. This attack does 80 damage for each card you discarded. Oh! Destructive Drake. The Pokemon has to have the Dragon Claw attack. And guess who has Dragon Claw? Drampa. Good God. Dragonium Z. I never thought that I would see the day where a Dragonium Z actually got used effectively. Ain't no way you're about to Lost Zone this poor elephant. Lost City in play. Oh my God, Craig. I'm so sorry this is happening to you on live TV, Craig. I'm so sorry, bro. And now Tatsugiri can use its attract customers ability since Silent Lab has been countered. Sean can go get a supporter. He'll take Arvin. This is going to be a costly attack for sure. The Dragonium Z makes it so you have to discard all basic energy from this Pokemon, but the attack is going to do 240 damage. Absolute insanity. Dragonium Z going on to the Drampa. I'm sorry, Sean. Where's your GX counter? Destructive Drake GX. Sean takes the knockout with Dragonium Z by way of Drampa. And now Craig does have Arcaludon in play, but the Caparaja is gone to the Lost Zone. Absolutely crazy. Now, Sean does still have one Pokemon built up on the bench, that Regidrago. The game is still not over. Mount Coronet going to come in and counter the Lost City. However, yeah, Craig needs a lot. Needs a lot. And he can't really use... I don't know about the Jirachi promote from Craig, honestly, because he can't use Stellar Wish effectively because the escape board is gone. Yeah, thank you, Full Grip Games, for that Prime sub over on Twitch. Full Grip Games official. Yo, thanks, Full Grip Games, for being the best card shop around, for buying Pokemon TCG singles and sealed product. Shout out to Full Grip Games. Yeah, Craig needs a lot here. He's really going through it, trying to figure it out. Decides to go for research. Can draw 7. Does find Ordinary Rod, so he could chuck a couple of energy back into the deck. I would suggest using Jirachi Stellar Wish first. You might be able to find maybe an escape rope there. Mount Coronet can bring some energy back. But really, I mean, Craig is kind of just setting himself up to be KO'd by this Regidrago, right? So, like, he's got to just figure out how to take care of this Regidrago. The Regidrago is the only thing in play with energy on it now. So Craig's not really in a situation where I feel like he has to take the offensive. He could wait one more turn and try to get the final say on this Regidrago. I would have much rather liked to see Craig use Stellar Wish before using the Ordinary Rod, so that's a little bit of a miss sequence there. You just put 4 non-trainer cards back into your deck. You absolutely want to Stellar Wish before that. Quick Ball's going to thin one of them out, though, so that's nice. Can go get the Bronzor. Or, ooh, the Iron Crown. Iron Crown does not quite get the KO on Regidrago, though. Arcaludon does have a hefty 180 hit points, so Arcaludon might be the ideal Pokemon to start powering up. Really don't like Craig putting the energy onto the Iron Crown here. Iron Crown, I feel like, is doing nothing. I feel like at this point, Craig needs to stop thinking about trying to race down Sean and instead needs to think about how do I win the game, right? I mean, like, I win the game by strategically knocking out Sean's only attacker and then sweeping with a disruptive supporter and a big guy that Sean can't knock out. Like, that's how you win the game, right? So now you're not really trying to worry about keeping pace and trading. You play a tank and heal deck, right? So you take the Guzma, Craig, attach for turn to take the Guzma, attach for turn to your Arcaludon, and then next turn, Guzma the Regidrago, and knock it out. That is how you win, bro. That is how you win. Like, right now, all Sean's got is that Regidrago, dude. You know? And your Arcaludon, wrong attachment. No. Arcaludon is the only thing that can survive a hit. You need to be putting energy on that idiot for sure. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I think Craig's got the right idea. Guzma was a good grab, but needs to be able to do 130 damage to the Regidrago. Archaludon can do it. Iron Blaster, 160 damage, 180 hit points. Those are good numbers. Those are really good numbers for combating this dragon deck. The dragon caps out at about 160, unless, of course, there's a, I don't know, Dragonium Z involved, in which case it can clear that. I think Clara would be a solid play for Sean. Sean does have Clara enhanced. I'm going to go for Arven. Arven can go get a switch. Yo, what's up, Azul? The raid of 350. Yo, what's up, everybody from Azul's channel? Welcome to Gym Leader Challenge League Nights. We've got our final round right here. Dragon versus Metal. It's really coming down to it. Winner of this takes home the badge this evening. That's Sean with the Dragon deck, fully loaded Regidrago on the bench. Regidrago caps out at 160 damage with a Giant Fangs attack. Luxurious Cape could give it a little bit of survivability, though, which could allow Sean to take the final two prizes of the game with this Regidrago. So that might be the play he's eyeing up. He's got switch card off the Arven. Smart, setting up the Tatsugiri first. Can use attract customers. Look at the top 6. Grab a supporter he finds there. Put into the hand. And then Guzma, I mean, that is a great card for Sean to have right now. If this Regidrago survives the turn, thanks to the Luxurious Cape, then Regidrago is going to be able to take the final two prizes. But this Regidrago is all Sean has. There is no backup attacker right now. Sean did not use supporter to get an extra energy drop or anything, so does have energy retrieval in hand, so I would expect him to maybe get an energy drop onto the Drampa. Yeah, energy retrieval can help with that. Get an energy drop onto the Drampa, and then next turn you can Clara for a fire and use Turbo Blaze. Potentially to get a fully powered Drampa if you need to. It's really going to come down to whether or not this Luxurious Cape sticks. Luxurious Cape on the Regidrago. Guzma in hand for next turn. Sean poised and ready to take this win. Is there anything that Craig can do to stop him? Does Craig have a play? He's got Matang. Can use the Metal Maker ability to accelerate energy. Guzma pretty much ensures that Sean will get to target down who he wants with the air balloon for free retreats. And Craig is not looking like he's got it. He's got teammates. So, okay. I mean, with teammates, if there is a field blower in the deck, then Craig has an out. And that's it. Craig scoops. A game over. And Sean wins 5-0 with the Dragon deck. Congratulations to Sean on a badge earned here at Gym Leader Challenge League. Great showing there by Craig with his metal deck as well. Dragon reigning supreme here at Full Grip Games this evening. Sean with the dub. Congratulations to Sean. And huge thanks to everybody who showed up. We had 19 players competing tonight in Gym Leader Challenge formats here at Full Grip Games. It was awesome to get to see so many players show up to play this alternate format. And that is going to do it for me tonight, folks. Again, I've got the Gino Lombardi documentary coming out in August, so stay tuned for that. Going to be dropping soon, just a couple of weeks away. Going to be the best YouTube video I've ever made. Not close. It's going to be sick. That video is dropping in a few weeks. I'm working hard on it. I'm very excited about it. You guys all take it easy and have a great night. I'll be back on Saturday for the League Cup here at Full Grip Games. So Standard League Cup happening on Saturday starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll see you then.